Okay, well, I have 6 o'clock. So why don't we go ahead and get started? So call to order our special commission meeting for today, July 29, 2024. Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll for us?
Mayor Gross.
Here.
Vice Mayor Huntington,
Here.
Commissioner Amsler, Commissioner Gonzalez, Commissioner Kennedy.
Here.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
Okay, let's do Pledge of Allegiance, please. Okay, so let's go ahead and start with public comment. We'll start with the log cabin. And for everyone attending both here on Zoom, reminder that to please state your name and address for the record, and public comment is limited to 3 minutes. Have anyone in the log cabin? Seeing none. Anyone on Zoom?
None on Zoom.
Okay. Okay, so having no public comment, there will be no reply at this time. We'll move on to number 6, our resolutions. And
Mr. Mayor.
Sure.
Just a point of order. On old business, which is number 7, which is the parking and hours of operation signage on the construction.
okay,
That, it's marked as a first reading. It is not, it's not before you all for a first reading, just so the record.
move from ordinance and put on discussion, correct?
Correct. It was deferred by you all and moved for today for discussion. So it is, I know it says first reading, but it isn't, just so the record's clear.
Very good. Okay. Thank you. So we'll get to that one when we get down to number 7. So let's go ahead and start with our resolutions. And the first, well, I guess the only, this looks like a repeat, but it's resolution 2024-09. Waiving competitive bidding and approving agreement with GoGov for code and permitting software. Mr. Manager, is there anything that you want to introduce for us with this resolution?
Would you like me to read it?
Sure, please go ahead, Brad.
It's a resolution of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, waiving the competitive bidding procedures pursuant to section 2-139 of the Village's Code of Ordinances and approving an agreement with GoGov Inc. for the purchase of code enforcement, case management, permitting, and licensing software subscriptions not to exceed $10,560 in the first year and not to exceed budgeted funds in the subsequent years, authorizing the village manager to execute said agreement and do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution and providing for an effective date.
Thanks, Brad. So, Mr. Manager, would you like to introduce the item for us?
GoGov, just to refresh, is the software we're currently using for notifications and ticket requests, work requests from residents, as well as our purchasing system. GoGov has additional capabilities, including a full code management system that includes everything from complaints to sending out the appropriate notices, generating the information we need and format we need for agendas. That component would actually eliminate, I think we figured out on the order of 10 to 12 hours of work per code meeting. What that does is eliminate the need for additional and separate systems. So for example, right now we're trying to track code violations and payments due in BSNA. We're tracking complaints with Excel spreadsheets. We're tracking documentation sent out using Excel spreadsheets. This brings it all within the GoGov system. And then the third component of GoGov that we're looking at using is the permitting. This is not for building permits or building related permits. This is for internal permits. So we're talking things like landlord permits, garage sale permits, things along those lines. The reason that we want to do that is within this additional $10,000 spend at GoGov, that will enable us, coupled with new software options or new service options from CAP, to eliminate OpenGov, which we're currently spending $50,000 a year on. So this will eventually get us a savings of what could be closer to $40,000. This is the first step with that building and permitting process, or the permitting process. We need to get the groundwork laid before we can even consider switching with the CAP situation or a different software solution other than OpenGov.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Manager. So before we move to discussion, do we have a motion and a second?
I'll make a motion to move forward for discussion. Second.
Okay, great. Okay, so, Mr. Manager, thank you. So we'll go ahead and open up to discussion at this time to anyone that would like to address any points.
So the only question that I have, Chris, is this cost, obviously, we haven't budgeted, we didn't budget for it this year, correct?
Correct.
And when did we realize that we needed this upgrade or software? Or is that something that just came up recently?
The need has been there for quite a long time. We've known that our current systems are not adequate for building permitting procedures, and BSNA is not great for code. The idea of using GoGov only came up after we started using GoGov for the notifications component, as well as the workload management system. We found out they had these additional capabilities.
And where are we pulling this money from?
We currently have savings of well over $100,000 in administration budget that comes down from everything from insurance savings. We're underspending right now in things like travel and per diem, just a little bit here and there on many different categories. So we have enough to absorb this cost, at least for the next 2 months. And then once we get into the new budget season, it'd fund the rest of it.
So it's not $10,000. Can you hear me? Is it, I don't sound like
Yeah,
I'm on.
you're
Yeah,
good.
okay. So Chris, it's not $10,000 till the end of this fiscal year. It's a $10,000 annual amount, and we would prorate that for the first 2 months for this fiscal, and then we would budget it for next year. Is that correct?
Correct.
So how much are you really asking for the remainder of this fiscal year? Like $1,200 or something?
Let me back up. The contract is for 12 months. So it would be $10,560 for the full 12-month
Right
period.
now.
Correct.
Okay, so I'm a little confused about this, so I'm going to ask for some additional information. So we have a system that's doing this now, and you're saying that there's a bit of redundancy because we have a system that we're using for something else that has this additional capability, and we could just absorb it into that system. But we have to pay extra for the increase in the in the service that it can provide. Is that correct?
Correct.
Fair way to put it? Okay. So how much would we save? How much are we paying for the system we're using now that we would no longer use?
OpenGov alone, we're paying about $50,000 a year. If we're able to switch code over to this, as well as the in-house or village permits, not building permits, over to this, and go to the 100% model with CAP, then we can eliminate that $50,000 OpenGov fee.
And that would be then a $40,000 net savings for the year.
Correct.
But how much just on what we're using it for now, or what we're using OpenGov for now? What are we paying for the capability that we'd be replacing?
There isn't a way to break that down.
Oh, it's all of one. Okay. Have you talked to any other municipalities that use GoGov for the purposes that you want to use it for? Because we're using it for one thing now, but now you want to talk about expanding it to other things. Who have you talked to that's using it in those ways as well?
I've not talked to other municipalities using GoGov. This is based strictly on the information we received from the company, as well as our experience over the past 8 months, 9 months now with the GoGov system. We're familiar with how it works and have had many internal conversations on if that functionality would serve what we need for code.
So you're not only asking us to switch over to this, and I understand the savings, and you're saying that the service would be better. But you're also asking us to waive competitive bidding. That's the other part of this item, is to allow you just to make this change. It seems to me that if we're going to make a change, that it's always best to know what other options are available. So if we're going to make a change, and if you tell me that we could do better and possibly save money, why would we want to skip the step of putting it out to bid and seeing what else is out there that might be better, cheaper?
The best way to answer that question is we went through that process when it came down to picking the correct notification and workload management system. Based on everything that we saw, all of the proposals that we received, we determined that GoGov provided the best functionality for the best price. The reason that we want to stick with that is because our current situation is multiple systems trying to accomplish one job. By waiving competitive bidding, we can, instead of putting it out for bid and ending up with 2 or 3 additional systems, we can bring it all into OpenGov, all into GoGov and use just that one system. And again, with the understanding that we did do our due diligence prior to choosing it for what we're currently using it for.
Mhm.
So I'm confident in requesting that we waive competitive bidding.
I understand that, but when you looked at this company and its product, you didn't look at it for this specific purpose. You looked at it for a different purpose and you evaluated it for that. So I hear that you evaluated it and you're happy with what it's doing, but you didn't look at it for these purposes. So I guess maybe what I should have said was maybe you could find something that could do all of it better rather than this one piece of it better. So are there other companies out there that do this, that have a product that could do all of this? And did you look at them at the time when you got GoGov for the purpose that we're using it for now?
We did look at code when it came to our request for proposal for this communications piece. All of the vendors that we spoke with had some sort of code component. And they were all either the functionality was limited or the overall pricing was going to be way above what we could afford.
I think that's all I have for now.
I do have one question for you, Chris, on the point that we're talking about eliminating that $50,000. What was the service that we're paying the 50 for?
That's OpenGov.
OpenGov. So when we paid for OpenGov, we purchased that system. Was it paid all up front, kind of the same way this is done? Or because I'm thinking about overlap. What's the overlap? Is there an overlap between GoGov and?
There will be some overlap. OpenGov is up in October, actually.
Right.
Our contract is up in October, which is why I wanted to get this going now, because then that gives us August and September to make sure that we can get everything moved over before we had that conversation about canceling OpenGov.
So there's a process of migrating data too.
Correct.
And we do that, we'll do that in-house, or that'll be part of the GoGov service?
It'll be in-house.
So that brings up a good point though, right? So if our contract with them is up in October and we do have overlap, right? Why can't we just talk to them and just say, hey, let's just do it all in one deal in October, right? And then like Max said, maybe we can prorate now from now to October, whatever is owed. Because that way it just eliminates one more layer of stuff for you to be thinking about on a yearly basis, there are different dates.
Yeah. And to add on to that, before you respond to that, Chris, is there an opportunity for us to test the new capabilities of GoGov during that 2-month time period where we still have OpenGov? I'd hate to think we pull the trigger on this and then in December we find out, oh, this isn't working. We've gone through this so many times in the 10 years I've lived here where some piece of software is going to be the answer to all of our problems. And I mean, every company makes those same mistakes. My company has too. But is there the opportunity to say, hey, GoGov, since we're a current client of yours and, we're paying you money now, be transparent with them. Well, I guess they're watching this too. Be transparent with them and say, look, our contract with OpenGov ends in October. Why don't you just give us the service for free for 2 months? Let us take a swing at it, see how we like it. If you're that confident in your product, you're going to get a yes from us in October. Let us see how it goes and give it a test. Is there a way to work that out? And so you pay GoGov for the service you have now. You're paying OpenGov anyway because you have a contract you have to run out. Get a little test. I would think they would do it. I would hope they would do it for free just to prove how great they are, especially since you already cut them a check every month, I think. And see because what if you don't like it? What if you guys start using it and there's all kinds of issues? Just thinking out loud here.
So again, the answer to that question is we have been using OpenGov. We understand how it works. We understand the functionality, and we've seen what the code component does. Software companies don't provide those free trials because there is a lot of effort put in ahead of time for configuration. They take the off-the-shelf version, have to include our information. In this case, it would be configuring it to work with our existing system. So it's not something that is done in the software world, offer that free trial. The reason I'm bringing this up now is so that we do have those 2 months. If between now and October, we find out that the solution is not going to work for us, then I'm assuming, without putting our attorney on the spot, we have the ability to back out of that contract with GoGov.
If we don't, we could certainly ask them to write that into the contract. Look, I understand it's, sweeping generalizations like software companies don't do that. You don't know until you ask. I'm in sales. People ask me for stuff all the time that I don't do, and then I do it because they're going to be a good client, right? So it doesn't hurt to ask. But I just want to make sure that we would have an out if it didn't work.
Gonna be paying for the full year, right? Initially.
So I'm saying, see if there's a way to not.
So then, how are you gonna get, you're saying that they're gonna earn money to us in October if we're not, or, yeah, in October. If-
I'll,
With the product?
I'll kick it over to our attorney for that.
This is a 12-month agreement, so it's a subscription agreement for 12 months.
There's a 60-day cancellation period or notice provision.
Yes.
Yeah, so,
I didn't hear what you said, Jonathan.
All right, there's a 60-day cancellation notice period.
That relates to renewal.
Oh, that's just for renewal?
Right,
Okay.
correct. So what you have, what this is what's known as an evergreen agreement. So this agreement will continue to renew itself
we
and
can't-
renew itself unless the village makes an affirmative action to notify the company within 60 days from the termination date that that the village no longer wants to use this product.
Is anyone from GoGov in this meeting, Chris?
No.
Oh, no.
So I just want to say how I feel comfortable with this, Chris, but I would feel more comfortable if we were able to do what I said initially, which is, look, guys, we want to do it. We want to start fresh in October for a full year. Give us the product, let us use it, prorate it for the next couple of months. We'll pay you for that. And then starting in October, we'll pay you for the entire thing. I feel more comfortable that way.
That makes more sense. I would like to think that they would give it to you for free for 2 months because we are a current client. I don't think that's a big ask. Doesn't hurt to ever ask.
I would feel more comfortable with that as well, because the other side of that coin to save the $40,000 is we have to go 100% to cap, which we haven't finished the agreement with that either. So if it doesn't work out going 100% to cap, we're stuck with a $10,000 contract for a year, and we basically have double the amount of software than we need.
Maybe something like this, maybe what we can do is modify the motion to say that we would approve it with the condition that that you get in touch with GoGov and ask about prorating for the next 2 months until you get to the annual date in October to do a 10,000 from there and see if they'll do that. Is that something that we'd be comfortable doing?
Repeat that, please.
So approve what's being asked for upon the condition that Chris is going to go to GoGov, speak to them about trying to get the 2 months prorated to get us to October, and at that time, we'll sign the annual agreement.
But if they say
don't-
no to that, then what are we approving?
You want to wait till October?
Yeah, I would want that.
Say no.
I don't understand why they're not here. When we're having a meeting about something in a contract and waiving bids and they know that they're kind of first in line for something, I don't know why they wouldn't have someone sitting in this room knowing we might have these questions.
So our next meeting's in what, 2 weeks, right? The
A
annual
little
meeting?
more than,
Right, yeah, just over 2 weeks. So is that enough time for you to go to GoGov and say, would you consider prorating us for up until October? To give us August and September, and then let us know at the August meeting if that's something that they're willing to do.
Yeah, I can certainly ask, just to make sure I'm understanding correctly. You want to prorate September or August, September with the ability to cancel at the end of September?
I think so.
So you're saying you're going
what, a
to,
2-month contract?
okay, because that's different than what you were saying a moment ago.
It is different, yes.
So I want to just
It
make
is-
sure.
Correct. So the idea is that ask GoGov if they will give us the 2 months leading up to October at the prorated annual rate. With, right, and yeah,
They would obviously
that's-
modify their contract because it's a 60-day renewal. I mean, 60 days would be like the day you get the software. You
Right.
have to get a shorter renewal period.
Well, the 60-day renewal, just so we're clear,
that's the
that's
renewal term.
That's the renewal term. So that's
No less than 60 days upon the
Correct.
date of
So-
renewal.
at the 10-month period of the term. So just for argument's sake, if the term started January 1, on September 30th, you would have to notify the company that you're not continuing on with their service. Otherwise, it would automatically renew. They're going to provide you what the new rate's going to be for the following year. And presumably, they would do that. They actually, under this, they do that before you have to make that decision.
Well, and that's another good point. the rate might change.
It does. If you look at the agreement,
Right.
it can go up to 7% per year.
So is it going to change in October? From this 10,000, because this is starting now?
Well, if you were, the way the agreement is worded, if we were to start this, if you were to approve the agreement as is today, and our start date was October 1st or whatever, so then it wouldn't, the possibility of an increase wouldn't occur until 12 months from whatever the start date is. If, I can't answer whether or not if the manager goes to the company and says, hey, we want these 2 months, prorated, whether or not they're going to ask for an additional.
Well, then I think what we ask for is for this 2 months and the ability, and we want to test it. We want it to align with the renewal and we want to test it and ask for 2 months prorated amount and that rate then locked in for what would then be a 1-year contract starting on October 1. So
Right.
basically they're locking in the rate for 14 months instead of 12. And then it becomes an annual thing. Brad, read the language in there about the increases though.
Okay,
It says something about quote, not to exceed budgeted amounts in subsequent years. What does,
well, that's in our resolution
right?
you're talking about, right? There's no way so the reason why it's worded that way in the resolution is because it's a multi-year contract that you're approving, essentially with a termination in clause that says, 2 months in advance, you have to give them notice. For you to approve the contract, there's no way for me to put an amount for subsequent years. So in other words, if we had an agreement where it's $10,000 for year 1, $12,000 for year 2,
Write it in.
I could say 5-year contract, and this is what it is in the resolution. Since I can't do that because there's no way for me to know what that amount will be in the preceding year,
Just worded it.
just want to make sure that what you're approving is that the manager can continue to use this service and sign off on the agreement for each subsequent term, assuming that he has a budgeted amount. If he didn't have enough funds to budget it, then he would not be permitted under the resolution to renew the subscription. And also just so to clarify what I was saying before, I was just looking for the provision. What the contract requires is the vendor will send quotes for the preceding year, subsequent year, 6 months prior to the renewal period. So you're going to get 6 months notice. Here's what the price is going to be for the next year. And then you would still have 4 months in which to notify the company we're not going forward.
So given an October 1 annual renewal, we'd have a May 1, we'd have a number every May 1, which is plenty of time for budget season. And then our budget process allows us kind of a way out at that point too. If we don't budget money for it, then we can't do it anyway.
If you don't budget money for it, the manager would know that during the budget
Right,
approval.
exactly.
And then he
Sort
would
of
have
another
to
way for us to get out of it.
timely notify the company that we're not going to go forward.
Okay, I'm good with getting a prorated amount for August, September with the ability to cancel with October 1 and then have that rate locked in for a new 1-year contract starting October 1 with the rest of the renewal language in there.
So it sounds like, if I'm understanding what's happening today, that you're deferring this item to bring it back at the next agenda, or you're just approving it with that condition?
I think I would be happy approving it with that condition and Chris could come back to you and report to us if something goes wonky at the August meeting, right?
I'm going to have to draft the agreement a little bit differently, but we can do that.
Just has to get the green light first.
Well, that's why I was,
We're going to have to work on multiple things at the same time. So we have to redo the agreement because it's going to include those additional 2 months with the cancellation. I have to reach out to GoGov to make sure that's something that they're willing to do. Maybe that they're willing to do a prorate for 2 months, but not lock in that rate for the subsequent year. I have no idea.
so
So we'll have to do this.
So procedurally, what I think, you've given both the manager and I direction on what is acceptable and where you would like to see this item go. I think my suggestion would be, unless the manager has an objection to it, is for somebody to make a motion to defer it you've given us direction to negotiate further with the company. You can defer this to a date certain, which would be the August meeting. And we could come back to you with a revised agreement and an answer from the company as to.
Does
whether or not
Art need
those
to make
terms
that
and
motion
conditions
because
are
it was
acceptable.
his motion?
Does that work, Chris?
When's our August 13th.
I think it's the 17th or the 13th,
13th.
13th. I'm just procedurally because
But then the issue is that it's not 2 months any longer.
And the other question I had is the timeline, if something off, it's not off the shelf, they have to customize it to us. What's the timeline for that to get it in our hands? It's gonna take 3 weeks, 4 weeks, a month, 2 months? Then this timing might not
When
work
they
out.
start working, I'm assuming we have to be paying them
Yeah,
anyway. right?
exactly.
So,
If it takes them 2 months to
Right.
get the product to here to Village Hall, then we'll be in October before.
We prorated on the effective date when we approve it at the August meeting, and it prorated for X number of days or weeks, however you want to word it. It's still prorate things by the hour if you wanted to.
My recommendation, my suggestion, I'll actually go against what the attorney is recommending and say, get this approved as we discussed, provided they're willing to do the 2 months, provided, you know, the performance is acceptable, and then we'll continue. Simply because that'll give us the ability to move as quickly or slowly as we have to get this done. We are down to a time when days are going to make a difference as we get closer to 10.
I'm fine.
As long as the rate's locked in, I don't want to then find out that they gave us they jacked up the rate on, after less than 2 months, starting on October 1. So the 2 months prorated, like, go for it. And as long as that rate is locked in, I'm good, and all the renewals kick in. Chris, what about OpenGov? What is your cancellation requirement with them?
September 30th, we have to cancel.
So you just give them 30 days notice? Okay. And then I hope all of this stuff is put on a calendar so we remember these cancellation opportunities every year, because we trip, not this, but the village has tripped over those things in the past. Okay, so I'm going to repeat it so I'm clear on what we're agreeing on. We're going to agree to have Chris just move forward with the contract through the end of September, whenever the effective date is. The effective date is based on what they work out with GoGov. But it expires on September 30th when at the rate proposed in this contract tonight. And then on October 1, it starts with a 1-year calendar at that same rate with all the same renewal stipulations that are already in there.
So motion that.
I'll second that.
But,
I just,
very quick,
sorry, point of clarification, do we
Yeah.
call it a 1-year calendar, or is that a fiscal or a rolling 12?
I'm sorry?
say it one more time? But one further point on that is, if they don't agree to that, is this dead? Is that what we're saying? Okay.
And we have a product that aren't completely happy with, but it's working, and we can put it, we can put it out, at the same rate.
Is that clear, or?
Or
Just ask?
There is mud on my end. I'm not sure about,
here too, this is not Gov Office, this is GoGov.
this is GoGov.
and for
The new vendor.
clean record, keeping purposes, can we just amend the motion in the second that was already on the floor?
We will have to do that. I'm
You know,
just trying to figure out.
because they were talking about taking his motion and another second, so
And Art, you want to amend your motion?
just,
Motion, and then, so I gotta say the new motion? Okay, so the new motion, all right, to be clear, is that we would like to have a 2-month agreement, right? With GoGov. And then, the new agreement starting October 1st for 1 year at the locked rate of 10,000, what is it, 10,000, what is it?
That was an annual.
Yeah, the 10,000, whatever rate they already have.
With the option to cancel if we aren't happy.
Right, with it, exactly, that's true too, yes. Option to cancel September 30th.
So the new motion is a short-term agreement with GoGov that starts on the date that Chris signs it, expires September 30th at the rate that we're looking at tonight, with an option to cancel, or it automatically renews October 1 for 1 year at the rate that we're looking at tonight, with all the then pick up all the renewal language after that.
This was basically a 14-month agreement, just with 2 months, yeah.
14-month
Said it different.
But it has except it has a cancellation option in there. It's not a 14-month agreement because you can cancel after 2.
Good now?
Do we have a second on Commissioner Gonzalez's amended motion?
Second as amended.
Okay, and all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. So let's move on to section 7, old business, and it's going to start with what was ordinance 2024-04. But since it's been moved off of ordinance and into discussion, Commissioner Kennedy, I think you moved it from ordinance to discussion formally. So do you want to, I guess, introduce it for us and lead off the discussion?
Me?
Yes.
Well, I don't remember exactly how this came to be a couple of meetings ago, but then we asked Brad to come to us with an ordinance to change our code about signage at construction sites. And the challenge, the challenge is ongoing issues at construction sites, and the opportunity is to eliminate some of those problems at construction sites and to better communicate with residents how to engage with the village about problems at those construction sites. And we talked about the fact that a lot of the people working at these sites very likely may not even be aware of some of the rules that they're required to follow because the rules are not posted. They're in our code. It is everyone's responsibility to follow all the code when they're working at the site. But if we're just being real about it, they don't know. The subs that show up to do the work don't know the hours. They don't know they have to clean up every day and follow all the rules in our code. So we asked for a construction sign, and Brad wrote it up very quickly like that. And there it was as an ordinance. And then I asked to pull it off because I wanted to discuss it more. So I put together something that I would like to show you guys. It's on backup. So if you want to take one of these and pass them down, Pamela, I have a copy there for you as well. I know you have to keep a copy on record. And if anybody in the audience wants to see this, I have extra copies up here too. When it gets to the end, you can grab it. So in the interest of doing the best that we possibly can and not just checking a box, I put together this sign, and I actually looked at some pricing. I am not suggesting this pricing is all final, but I'm proposing two things. One would be at major construction sites that include a construction fence, a 4x4 foot vinyl, I think it's vinyl, some material banner these are outside banners that are made to be hung on fences like this, and they actually make them for construction sites. And they have grommets in the corners, and you attach them with twist ties, and they're a temporary sign that hangs on the construction fence. So whenever our code requires a fence, it also requires the banner that would be posted. For smaller projects that don't require construction fences, it would be the same thing, but in a yard sign, like the size of an election sign, maybe a little larger, on stakes that would be put out in the property. So the same information is shared, but in a smaller, more subdued way at a smaller construction site. So whenever there's a permit, pulled for a site, one way or the other, there's a sign, either a small sign or a big banner hanging on the construction fence itself. And there's two sections in what I put together. There are two sections here. One is a notice to workers on the property that say, hey, workers, you have to follow our code. It has this, and I want us to create, I'm proposing that we create these, that we don't just leave it up to the contractor to put a sign up that will be little, it'll get rained on, it's in a plastic sleeve, no one's going to notice it. I want it to be boom. I want it to send a message so every worker that pulls up in park sees this huge banner with a village seal on it, and it looks very official. And it's a notice to workers on the property, and it advises them of not every single thing that's in the code, certainly, but all the big things that we know are ongoing problems, like where they park their vehicles, the work hours. People start too early a lot. So it's allowable work hours, no parking on the medians and on roads, how swimming pools have to be handled, how the fence itself has to be handled, the cleanup of the litter. I get complaints from residents about all the messes around these construction sites. As a matter of fact, there's one resident here this evening who walks around the village and picks up trash at the construction sites and then reports back how much trash she picked up. So this is an ongoing problem. How the site must be secured, you guys can read everything there. It's all in English, and then at the bottom it says, ask for a copy of these instructions in Spanish, and it repeats it in Creole as well. And then basically it's a message of that violations of our land development code, including Chapter 18 construction, which is where most of this come from, they may be cited at the discretion of our code department. The code manager is here tonight, and that fines may be levied after everything goes through an adjudication process. By the way, I ran this through Brad, and he did change some of the language to make it sort of align with how things have to work. And it's not a complete list of the violations. The second section of this banner is a notice to residents to report violations. So if there are problems, I'm sure you all get the same emails I get. They started working at 7 o'clock this morning. They're working off hours on a Sunday. They're working on a federal holiday when they're not supposed to be. There's garbage all over the place. They're parking on the medians. They're parking in my yard, all the things we all hear. So residents know all the different ways they can engage with the village to report a problem. Whether it's calling code enforcement, emailing code enforcement, calling the police during off hours. That's an ongoing problem. People don't know what to do before code is here. Doreen, what time do you guys open at 9? Great. So when there's no code officer in the village, weekends, off hours, people know to call the non-emergency number for the police. So the police can get there and document it. And we all know how that process works. Some things the police can enforce, but very often they can provide evidence that the code department can then use to follow up and cite at their discretion to cite the property owner. And it also encourages people to download the free Village app and tells them how they could file a complaint there as well. So that's what I'm proposing. The first page spells that out. The second page shows an example of what one of these banners looks like. I just went on Vistaprint, and I'm sure staff can find other places to do it locally if we want to support a small business in the area. I just looked on Vistaprint because it's easy. I had something printed there a couple weeks ago, and it was in 2 days. I had it in my mailbox. I couldn't believe it. But it's if we wanted 50 of these in full color with the wind mesh, the grommets, the whole 9 yards, it's a little over $3,000. Chris just told us we have $100,000 unspent in this fiscal year. That would be 50 of these things, plus yard signs would be a couple of $100. Yard signs are cheap, like election size yard signs. So I'll wrap it up and let you guys talk. But the point is that these construction sites are an ongoing problem. We all know they are. They're a bit of a mess, and some of them go on for years. Some of these go on, and the people around it are just, get themselves all worked up. And in defense of the workers at these sites, I know that some of them have no idea what time they're allowed to start, because I've heard back. Yeah, because so in all fairness to them, this is solid information for them as well. So it's to help the workers and the contractors and to help residents as well. And it sends by having the village do it and produce something that looks like this and is big and professional and in your face, it sends a very clear message. Biscayne Park is different. We're glad you're here working, but don't mess with us. And residents, if you have a problem, we care. We really care, and we want you to engage, and we don't want you to be frustrated because you have no idea what to do, because it's 6:30 in the morning and there's a cement mixer at the end of your driveway pouring concrete in the house next door. So I'm proposing that we take this several big steps forward and we just do this the right way and be done with it.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I may, just to kind of discuss real quick how we got here,
Yes, please.
what the purpose of this was to start with. So what I was directed to do by the commission, there were issues that you all were having within the village with regards to the time in which construction activity was taking place. And then there was, the second issue was parking on medians and potential damage to the medians by, I'm going to use the word construction vehicles in a broad sense for a moment. It's going to explain how we got here and what the issue became. So when I started reading the code and trying to amend the code to accomplish those two goals of creating signage to inform workers of those restrictions. And what I realized was that some of the definitions in your code, for instance, a construction site would not, the present definition of a construction site would not have alleviated some of the issues that you were all concerned about. And the reason why I say that is if you look in your code of the definition of a construction site, which is in 18-1 of your land development code, it excludes contractors that are doing driveways, roofing work, window installation, doors, painting, or any other such work deemed by a vehicle building official to be such minor nature as to not fall within the purview of this chapter. So those types of vehicles, you could have a roofing truck, which can be a fairly substantial vehicle, and several of them, sure, you could have a crane attached to, the moving truck, the roofing trucks that have the roofing materials with the cranes. They could be parking on the median. And under the definition that you all had of a construction site in your ordinance, it wouldn't have applied to them. So what we did is we created a new definitions, which is construction activity. And what we did is we felt that covered the activities that you were all trying to regulate. And what we did is extended that because it means the grading, demolition, alteration, repair, remodeling, or other improvements of existing or new structures or properties which require a village permit. So here where we
Does
ended
it require what?
a village permit.
Okay, good, that's what.
So here what we ended up with is this accomplishes what you all had set out for us to try to accomplish, but to some extent, it almost becomes a little over accomplished. And the reason why I say that is you can be doing interior renovations in your house, which would require a permit, which would require some form of signage under this ordinance. It's kind of an all or nothing thing. There's no way to really distinguish those types of activities. So what we tried to do is come up with a sign that would work in the same way as in which a contractor would be hanging or posting a permit. As you know, they have to post the permit on the job site. And the thought was that the notice to the workers was with regards to the hours and with regards to where they can and can't park would be attached to that permit. So, or in the same location or a similar location to where the permit was, so that those individuals be on notice as to what the regulations were in the village. But that's kind of how we got there. It's a kind of an example where it seems like an easy fix, but when we started making the fix, it ends up changing other sections of your code so that we can encompass what you were trying to regulate.
Just very quickly on that point, Brad, would the eventual proposal when we get to the ordinance, it would alter the code then, correct? We would be adding a definition to the code?
It alters several things in your code. Yeah, so it creates, we added a definition of, as I said, and I can't think of what I just said, describing that activity, construction activity. But we also added a specific section, which under your development permit sections, which is 16.2 of your land development code, requiring specific signage and when it was to be placed and whose responsibility it was to be replaced and what the format should be. And that it remains on the construction act where the construction activity is taking place until the activity that's subject to the permit has permanently ceased. So we've incorporated all that. And then we also incorporated the times and specifically what needed to be on the signage. Because when the manager and I were speaking, what we anticipated is we would provide the information to the person pulling the permit as to what was required to be on the sign and the specifications of the sign. And it would be their requirement to make the sign up and place it on the property in a conspicuous place where it would be seen.
May I
That-
respond to that? So yes, thank you for clarifying the code changes. The whole section about activities is so long. Couldn't it simply say construction activity is anything defined as any work that requires a permit? There's all this language before that says and requires a permit. Couldn't it just say construction activity is anything that requires a permit? Get rid of all the grading and it says anything that requires a permit.
We were trying to be as inclusive as we could.
I just think that's inclusive because it's very clear what you need a permit for.
Whatever your wishes are.
I mean, if you want to keep all that in there, I'm just trying to, it's just so much when really what it's about is if you're pulling a permit, if a permit's required for your job, then you've got to have the sign up. But whatever makes more sense to you, Brad, I suppose is, do whatever you think makes sense there. But so to pick up where Brad left off, I'm saying yes to all of that and simply saying that I don't want to leave it up to the contractor or the homeowner to make a sign and here's the language and you have to put a sign up. Let's not be naive here. No one's going to notice those signs. Something that's printed that someone prints and hangs up, and if it's protected in a plastic sleeve like a permit is, and it's hung where? On the property? Where's it going to be hung? What I'm proposing is a much bigger fix to the project. It's like taking it seriously. Like, we really are taking this seriously, and we're putting everybody on notice. This is what's expected of you. And residents, if you have a problem, we care and we'll help you.
You done? Okay, so a couple things. Number one, Spanish needs to be included, not that little thing here, get a sign in Spanish, because the English part here, this is mostly people speak, working in Spanish over here. Anyway, that's one thing. And the other thing is, I'm good with that, and I think that that's a great idea, to do that. But I would like for, for us to have these signs available to anybody that pulls a permit, whether it's a yard sign or whether it's one of those big banner signs. But I'd like for them to leave a deposit and then return that when they're done with the construction. And the reason for that is because A, I don't want to pay for it.
Yep.
And B, they're not going to take care of it. And we're never going to get those signs back, right? So if we make them give us a deposit for whatever the sign costs, $100, $50, $75, whatever it is, and at the end of the construction, bring it back and we'll give you, return your deposit, then I'm good with that. But if not, I don't, because we're never going to see those signs back.
So you want Spanish?
Oh, definitely got to have Spanish.
And, see, I originally was going to translate the whole thing into Spanish and do it like,
Yeah.
put a line under each one that translates it into Spanish. And that's certainly easy enough to do. But, I thought this might just sort of,
Yeah, no, yeah.
And I put
no,
Creole
Because,
in there.
because nobody's going to ask El Dueño for for a sign.
I Googled the translation, by the way.
Nobody
And
gonna
then
ask
then
El
that to be an
Dueño.
actual translation and Creole as well. So Brad, to Art's point, can we require a deposit for the banner or sign? And would that be written into the code, or is that then?
It would have to be,
Policy.
it would have to be written into the code. I don't know off the top of my head. I'd have to do some research on it.
Could we make them purchase it? If not, put a
Well,
deposit down.
we were making them purchase it because they were creating it themselves. So
So then could you make them purchase our version of it?
I believe so, but again, I've got to do some research on.
So you're thinking, I think what I heard you say is we might be able to require them to buy it from us, but not put a deposit down for it.
I think the deposit becomes somewhat problematic because then what we run into is a situation where, okay, the deposits is for as I see it, is for two purposes. One, to make sure that the village gets the sign back,
Yeah.
and two, that it's able to be used again.
Mhm.
So now we're going to get into back and forth with the permit holder as to,
A
Whether
storm
the-
came, it ripped it off. the
okay, so
fence.
this, yeah, it's a little faded, but you can
Yeah.
still use it, so I should get my deposit back.
Yeah.
And we're going to go back and forth. So I think it would make more sense to require them to purchase the sign and have them pay the actual cost of the sign. Yes, but I just have to research it before I give you a solid answer to that.
I'm good with that.
And there's look, I think this is a great idea. I think we definitely need it, 100%, no question. I've heard a lot of people make the same complaint, say they don't know when they're starting, they don't know, definitely need it. I think by broadening this to anything that requires a permit, I think becomes a little over encompassing, kind of over inclusive. So I remember one time when we were doing construction, the building code forever ago that took us 8 months to get through, however long it was. Someone came up with a very interesting, I don't remember what the context was, but somebody came up with an interesting point was, if I go to replace a banister on my porch, it requires me to pull a permit. So under the way that we have this structured, if we're doing anything that requires a permit, if somebody just wants to replace a banister, they got to go out and they got to get all this stuff. I guess I don't really know what the answer is because
That would be the small one. What I'm saying is if there's a construction fence required, and that wouldn't be required for a banister being replaced on a front porch. No fence required.
If you're going to put an 8x10 sign, an 8-inch by 10-inch sign, let's say, on the mayor's example, and you're going to have that sign in English, Creole, and Spanish, you're either going to have the font so small that you're going to have to be on top of it to read it.
I'm suggesting
Or-
when there's not a construction fence, it's a yard sign. It's the size of like an election sign. Like the size that contractors put out. And yes, it is small writing and people can go up and read it.
I think once you,
Not 8x10.
once you start including other languages, this is all great information, but I think the information needs to be reduced severely because it almost becomes so much information that I don't have time to read all that. I got to get to work and and my boss is on me if I don't get to my deadlines done. So I can't read two paragraphs. I'm just gonna
They're
stay
gonna,
by
I
it.
don't think they're gonna read it anyway, but it allows us to hold them to it.
I think short and sweet sometimes is,
Which ones would
Or-
you take off?
I don't know, we'd have to triage it and look through what it is, but if you start including a whole nother, sorry, work term, if you start including a whole nother language, it's gonna become word vomit in front of you and you're just gonna breeze right by it.
So what the draft ordinance required was the construction times. And I'm not reading the whole thing to you, just telling you what the topics were the construction times and the restriction for parking on the median.
And I'll
Well, I mean-
also agree with the mayor when we're talking about any permit requiring this. If you to pull a permit just to install an electric car charger in your garage, it requires one electrician with one truck in your driveway. It's not multiple contractors coming in and out, trying to get creative with their parking. It seems like an overburden to the smaller permits to require it. I could definitely see, we definitely need this when it comes to major construction sites, when you have to have a construction fence and porta potties and things like that. But for the smaller permits to have to require someone to go pick up the sign, bring it to their site, make sure they get it back or they lose their deposit. I think that we're over legislating those small permits.
I won't disagree with that. And here's why I came up with what I came up with, because I don't know how else to get it, to execute this thing properly.
That's a problem.
Because you gave an example of a little small thing. Electrician's going to be there for an hour. He has a permit. He's going to get it done. He's going to be gone. He's there in 2 hours. There for 2 hours. But there are other small jobs that 3 trucks show up for, and they're parked in the median, and they throw trash all over the place, and they're causing the same problems, and they're arriving at the wrong time, and they're working when they're not supposed to be. And possibly because, who knows, I'm going to say something I shouldn't say. But my point is, I was trying to look for a way to execute it properly, and the fence or the no fence is all I could come up with. You come up with another way, I hear what you're saying, but a small job could have 3 trucks there. And one fits in the driveway and 2 are in the median, and now we got a problem.
And it could. And like you said, you don't believe that people are going to read this. We're trying to get the majority of the people, the violators, covered by large signs. And I think the majority of the violators are the ones that have major construction sites with fences and things like that. Majority of small jobs are 1, 2 trucks. You can fit 1 or 2 trucks in your driveway.
What about this then? What if we just kind of hit a compromise here and we said, we'll start with the banner on anything that requires a fence, see how that goes, what kind of compliance we get, how people react to that. And if we see that there's a need for it, we'll say, okay, it's not fixing everything. Now we'll make a small sign and figure out a way to do it.
I would definitely be in support of that. But you have to point out that there's stop signs in this village that people don't seem to follow. People don't follow signs. What they follow is enforcement. If we have someone who comes out and enforces these
Exactly right.
codes, and people, when you start hitting them at their wallet and start fining them, they listen. We have speed limits on our highways. People don't abide by the speed limits until the state trooper with the hat pulls them over, gives them a really big ticket. Then they learn, don't speed. Enforcement is the only way people are going to learn, unfortunately. Signs, I think it's just like our traffic mitigation strategy. It's an all encompassing, but enforcement is the biggest issue. You have to
I agree with you 1,000%. But if you don't have the speed limit sign up, there's nothing there for the cops to enforce. And if you don't have the stop sign up, there's nothing for the cops to enforce. And if with this up, we have now completely eliminated the I didn't know. Are you kidding me? There's a 4x4. Doreen could walk up and say, there's a 4x4 foot banner there in English, Spanish, and Creole. Yes, you did know. And if you didn't, shame on you. Here's your ticket, you know?
Remember,
Oh.
it's the property owner that cited.
Yeah, I know, but everything trickles down. So, they're the ones going to catch hell. So let's go back to Al. In order to push something through, I would be happy to start with banners on anything that requires a construction fence. I'd be happy with that. We can come back and address it later. Work hours have to be on there. The parking has to be on there. The litter, in my opinion, has to be on there. The construction dumpster section has to be on there. And
We're
the-
doing a banner, it'll be fine as far as the letter, the font, because I mean, it's a big.
I would like all of this to be on there.
Put this whole paragraph and then you put it in English and Spanish.
Well, you put it in English, and look, a 4x4 banner is as big as, well, it's 4x4. It's almost twice the size of that. It's really big. So you can put these sentences in English and in Spanish right next to each other or right below each other. They can fit it on.
I mean, once you start playing with graphics, you're going to figure out what you can.
Yeah, exactly. I think it can, look, I got it all on here. Now multiply this, make this that much bigger and look how much bigger the font gets.
Maybe-
They can get it on there.
So maybe we do this, if what we're doing, if I think the proposal, which I think makes sense to start with, is that we're going with fences because we're going with the larger sites. Those are the ones people are really, from what I've heard, those are the ones people are complaining about. So we start with those, the ones that need a construction fence. We start with, because we're gonna be doing the larger ones, it's gonna be bigger than this piece of paper. I don't know that we really need to start redlining this thing. I think when you blow it up a little bit, it's gonna be fine. We could bullet point this and then we could fit Spanish alongside because it's gonna be bigger.
This is more directed at the worker more so than the contractor, right? The contractor and the worker are two different.
It's putting everybody on notice.
Right. But like, for instance, I'll give you an example here. Construction dumpsters, and temporary toilets, right? The worker's not going to be the one putting the toilet or the construction dumpsters. That's more the contractor, which in theory, right, should know already the worker needs to understand the hours that they can actually work, that the project needs to be cleaned up.
The workers need to know they need to use the toilet.
Yeah, we have.
And we have, okay, but having it
Yeah.
and having them use it are two different things. Have you not gotten the complaints about workers pissing in backyards? I have. Yeah.
Well,
Repeatedly.
but that's, that would be the only thing that I see here. This is more directed at the actual worker
Yeah.
than the contractor.
Yeah.
That's that.
I think it should all stay on there and we have room to get it all on there and why not? And it puts everybody on notice. Look, the contractor's coming by, the workers see it and the property owner, to Doreen's point, the property owner is ultimately the one who's responsible. The worker's not getting a ticket.
Not to add more things to it, but I was just reading the bottom is you referenced the app. Could we not put a QR code for the app? If we
Sure.
have that all over the village, it's a good chance to push our app out to more residents.
Yep. I'm good with that.
Sure.
Linda, I'm sorry. Could you step up to the microphone just for the folks on Zoom? Could you step up to the microphone just for the folks on
Maybe
Zoom?
During, okay.
Linda Dillon, 712 115th Street. I just have one question. You're talking about a banner, and I think it's a great idea, but we have a sign ordinance as to how large the signs can be in Biscayne Park.
Does this violate our construction companies have banners that size all over fences all the time.
Well, I'm not sure that they're legal either.
Good point. Thank you.
Doreen can go give Chris a ticket.
What about if we modified it to a political size sign and have English on one side, Spanish on the
I
other?
don't think that's gonna cut it at all.
You
I think
can't-
It needs to be a banner on a fence.
Houses that they have. those
Exactly.
banners.
They're all over fences all
Yeah,
over the village
yeah.
right now.
I'm sorry.
Are they not allowed, Doreen?
There is a size that's allowed, the big ones that we.
But that's-
they put-
That's those are political signs.
the
It's
ones
just
that-
signs,
they can
period.
Have one sign, construction sites can have one big sign on a banner.
Is there a limit to how big it can be?
Yes,
But
there
I
is
s-
a limit.
I
got it right here.
I can read the
Got
ordinance.
it? Okay,
Yes.
never mind. Go ahead.
So it's 12.2.3B. Signs on premises or building during construction. One sign on a premises or building during construction to give the public warning or to advertise the architect, builder, or the materials used in the construction must be erected. Owner builders are exempt from this requirement. The sign is to include on it the permit, contractor's name, telephone number, state certification number, and is not to exceed 3 feet in area and 4 feet in height, fixed to posts, not to exceed 1 inch by 1 inch in size at no less distance than 5 feet from the property line and shall be removed upon completion of the building.
So that's specifically for what contractors are required to put up. Brad, could we have our code about our banner? We don't have to follow that. We're not a construction company. We're not a contractor. We're the village.
Well, we would have to amend 12.2.3 to include the sign.
So, but that opens up a whole nother can of worms because then the signs that are currently there, right? Those big giant signs with a beautiful picture of the home and it's for sale and all that.
Sounds like some are too big.
Sounds like they're huge. They're way too big and they don't include,
3,
they don't
4, 5,
include
4.
half the stuff that he just said.
Yeah.
And then they do that.
Yeah.
So
Well, that's
We do
Doreen's job.
issue violations to those.
Oh, you
If
do?
they are bigger than three by four.
Oh,
we do
they're
issue
definitely, I've
violations.
seen
So
those.
you said it's 3
Green's on it, Art.
feet and no taller than,
Green's on it.
so so Brad, you could amend the code to allow us to have a larger banner.
And
Because the
remember-
contractors are limited, but we could do our own thing.
To have a larger banner, yes. We just have to be very careful
Because it
about
says
regulating
zoning.
content of signs.
About what?
Regulating content. When you start regulating content,
Amendment
you
issue.
start getting into issues of the First.
How are we regulating
Zoning.
content?
We're not,
Zoning
Oh.
we're
issues.
not on this.
Okay.
Just saying there were some comments about political signs and things.
Oh, I know we can't touch those.
Yeah, there's some issues with that.
Okay, so we could, to Art's point, the enforcement of banners that are too big, that's code's responsibility and they're aware of it and they're on it. And Brad could at the same time adjust whatever language in our code is required to allow us to do this. Guys, I think we need to go, I think on this, we go big or we go home. And I think we just do it right and see what it does and put everyone on notice. And then, Doreen, do you have any opinion on this, by the way, having this posted at construction sites and
This
having
is-
everyone put on notice?
This is a brilliant idea. I just want to make sure that we are following the zoning codes. Because signs are zoning codes and we can't just change that.
I'll get with you. We'll discuss it and see. I don't know exactly how big the sign's gonna be.
Well, I'm suggesting 4x4. The one that I found on Vistaprint is 4x4. That's why I just wanted to get a number so I didn't come in here and say, we should make our own signs and then find out they're $20,000, you know? So I went on Vistaprint and there's they have bigger ones. But 4x4 seems like a big impact. Is 4x4 about that? It's probably a little bit, that's not square,
It's probably pretty close.
probably that went a little bit deeper. So
It's like
that's a
4x3
big banner,
almost.
you know?
Brad, can you look at that same code under 12.2, 12.2.1, the first one, prohibited signs? It says other than village signs. So would that include what we're trying to do here?
Oh. What is it? 12 point,
The first line,
12 point?
12.2.1.
That doesn't have anything to do with the size that we're talking about, though. It's other than village signs, no signs
than-
located on
That's
public
only
rights.
referring to public right of ways and village-owned property, but that's probably the section I would end up amending, assuming I'm not violating zoning laws.
And you'd have to put the size that we're about to consider.
What I'd probably, just thinking out loud is always dangerous, but what I would probably do is just have a specific exemption for
A
these
specific-
That makes sense.
signs.
Yeah, okay.
And not
Yes.
put anything with regards to the size of the sign.
An exemption and not to interrupt you, Brad, it would be a really good idea if those signs were just specific for the big construction projects.
Those with
Because
fences.
they're, right, because the construction fences are required.
Right,
That sign could be on that temporary construction fence and could come with that permit.
I think the way they left it,
That's where we're
before
gonna,
we started getting into the size of the sign, was this ordinance, I'll have to redraft it, where it only applies to those sites where,
With major projects.
where where construction fencing is
Fences are
required. So but that will now not apply to roofers, people installing driveways and things of that nature.
And we can come back and address that again at a later date if we see if there's still a problem. And I think we may, because some of these other projects, like to Brad's point, a roofer doesn't put a fence up, but a crane pulls up and
Listen.
lots of trucks pull up and a gigantic dumpster is put in your yard and it's
We're taking little bites out of things,
Yeah.
and the reality is, the truth is that the biggest violators of all of this is really, is mostly landscapers. Landscapers are the worst, especially on weekends.
you mean parking or starting?
No, noise and cutting
That's not
trees and.
construction code, though.
No, I understand that, but you know, the harassment of our neighbors, I get a lot of complaints about people cutting trees and doing all sorts of,
Truckers.
yeah. So, I mean, but listen, you know, we take a bite out of this and we're gonna affect a certain portion of it, it's gonna help tremendously.
And we'll see what happens.
so in that case, what I would suggest then is we'll do this. We'll have Brad come back to us with an amended ordinance. Can we do it on first reading, Brad? Can we come back to us for first reading? Never mind.
And Brad,
It can, because you deferred it.
Right, okay.
as far as the cost of the signs themselves, I think what we can do, and again, up to, you make the decision, is give them the option, look, you can buy it from us and this is the cost, or you're gonna need to, you have to get the same exact sign to place on your on the property? No?
We either,
That's then who's going to go check the sign to make
Oh.
sure, right? And they didn't put the thing
They're
on
gonna
there
have to
about the
put
hour.
Sign anyway. We're gonna have to check the sign. I mean, if they if they take the sign from us, who's gonna say they're gonna put it up anyway? I mean, we.
Well, we're going to confirm that. I
you're
understand,
gonna have
but
to
who's going to go, if they took the sign from us, we know the right wording's on it. We made the sign. If they go make a sign, it's like,
Oh, we can
God
give
knows
them,
what's on it.
give them something like this and say, here, this is the sign that
And
you're gonna
then-
do, and it's 4x4. I'm just saying, because he was having an issue with selling a sign.
Well, I think he's,
let me look into
Yeah.
it and I'll come back with a draft on first read. And, if that's an issue, then I'll try to figure.
All right.
out
Okay.
Definitely support, some kind of, fine being levied if they don't return the sign. The ultimate goal I would like to return the sign because besides the cost that we're incurring every year making these signs, you also have to think of the green initiative of this, where basically the sign's gonna go in the trash at the end of the construction, and we're just gonna continually make signs and throw them in the trash.
some of these contractors are doing multiple projects in the village. They might actually reuse their signs. Who knows?
Yeah, but whether
Depending on how much
whether
we
we can
charge
take a
them.
deposit for it or levy a high code violation if they don't return it, whatever it
Right.
is.
Okay, so here are the notes I made, just to make sure we're all in agreement. We want to move forward with this, and Brad's going to come back and give us something. To Art's point, Brad's going to look into whether we can require a deposit and how that would work, or if they purchase the sign outright. The sign will also be in English and Spanish. I think it should also have at least the language that says, ask for a copy of these in Creole, because there are Creole-speaking workers in the village as well. Ryan asked for a QR code for the app. I think that's a fabulous idea. The compromise that we struck is that we will move forward only with the banner and only apply to projects that require a construction fence, and it'll be written into the language there. And Brad is going to look into what he has to do to adjust to provide for the village to be exempt from sign code. And that's all the notes I had. So does that make sense?
Sounds right to me.
Okay.
One quick question I just thought of. Should we discuss whether or not we want the sign on the inside facing the construction site of the fence?
Oh, it has
or
to face outside.
Facing the street?
It has to face outside.
Then maybe we should specify
I
that
think that's a good point.
as well.
It has to face out because there's a notice to residents on here as well.
I think that should be spelled out.
And inside they have construction stuff
You
and
might just tack it up on the inside thinking it's a notice to workers, not on the outside.
good point.
Question is whether there's a penalty for not including. the
It'll
sign.
be a code violation. So it's just like any other, because remember, it doesn't go to to the contractor, it goes to the property owner.
Okay. So it sounds like we have consensus on the summation that Mac just gave to us. So I guess we'll look forward to getting.
And language that the sign has to face out towards the street. Oh, there was one other little detail. You can file this under too onerous, which is where a lot of my requests get filed. If I'm being fair. Corner properties. I think it should be on both sides, on each street facing side. Because cars park everywhere, people walk by, it's a mess, they don't know who to call, and they're not gonna see the sign on the other street. It's on the corner of blankety blank and 10th Avenue, and someone's going down 10th Avenue, and there's an issue, they don't see the sign there. The sign that says how to report is around the corner, and they don't see it there. What do you guys think about having it on each street, on the street facing side of each construction fence?
I think one would be sufficient.
Yeah,
At the entrance of
Okay.
the project, there's usually an entrance gate where everybody goes in and out.
And I don't want to block by the entrance gate either, I thought of that too.
I mean,
Because the entrance gates, when they're open, sometimes they're left open.
No, no.
so Cover up where the sign
but they
is.
should be somewhere in the front where the,
Can we add language that it must be visible at all times that the construction site is functioning, Bren?
We can say that it's adjacent to the entrance and.
Or that it has to be visible all the time?
Well, I'm gonna leave in the conspicuously posted language in the ordinance, so.
I think that's,
Conspicuously posted has a specific legal meaning.
yes,
and it
Oh,
means-
yeah? What's it mean?
It has to be able to be
Obvious.
seen.
It'll
It has
be
to be
conspicuous.
obvious and
Obvious,
be able to be seen.
yes.
Yeah.
I think that's sufficient language, Fred. Okay,
I
good.
was going to request that it fly from a flagpole too. I'll just table that. Exactly. One of those guys holding it up in the air. Okay, guys, thank you for supporting this. I think this is going to be, and this will make residents really happy too. You know, that we.
Okay. Yes.
Yes.
Sure. Good perspective.
Pedro Martinez, building official. Just a small suggestion, since you
On,
want
is it
to,
recording? I don't think it's on.
no,
Here.
Yeah.
All right.
yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Since this is going to be applied for projects that require a temporary fence, I suggest we require it for the temporary fence itself, not for the future permit. So somebody gets a temporary fence permit, they get the banner installed right away before
Oh,
they
it's,
start.
it's tied to the permit
Yeah,
for the
temporary
fence
fence.
itself.
Right,
So even if the construction site isn't active, there's no demolition. If a fence is up, it's got to be there.
that's it.
Yeah, I think that's a good point.
That's how I was anticipating. So,
Thank you.
Everybody's on the same page. I like it.
Thinking of all the ways someone could screw it up.
Okay. So that takes care of the first item on old business. The second item on old business is from the manager. Discussion on increasing managers' purchasing authority. So Mr. Manager, would you like to just introduce the discussion item for us?
What I would like the commission to consider is not necessarily increasing the manager's purchasing authority, but more to allow the manager to purchase repair services for existing equipment without the need for 3 quotes that fall under the manager's purchasing authority as it sits. The situation we're running into is a repair that's over 2,500. At this point, I would have to take that vehicle or piece of equipment to multiple locations. The cost difference in repairs isn't going to be that great, and by the time you add in the transportation costs, we're spending more than we would on the repair anyway. So that's what I'm actually asking for, as part of a larger discussion on purchasing authority and what that should be, and I'll let the attorney explain that.
Do you have a threshold in mind?
My recommendation would be 5,000. Most of the large repairs that we receive are under that threshold.
Chris, there was an actual example where you had to deal with this not too long ago. It was a piece of public, what was it?
Tractor.
John Deere tractor.
Yep.
And how, that's what you're talking about, things like that. It's an existing thing that needed to be repaired.
Correct.
Okay, how much was that repair?
I don't know off the top of my head.
I think
Um,
it's actually attached as an exhibit.
Oh, we do?
I think it's Exhibit B, if I remember correctly. It is. It was
Which-
$3,376.11.
Okay, that's not what I understood you were bringing to us, Chris. I thought this was a more sweeping kind of authority that you were requesting. So you're specifically just asking for that to repair existing equipment?
Correct.
So if you all look at the second exhibit, I had prepared various different forms of possible language that you all could accept to accomplish what Chris was trying to accomplish. What he's raising now would be something in line of what's titled Exhibit 3, or Example 3 on Exhibit A,
Example 3.
where it says procurement of maintenance services, any contract or purchase of maintenance services for village equipment may be procured without obtaining additional quotes when it is determined by the village manager that it is not economically feasible or otherwise feasible to obtain additional quotes. However, said procurement shall not exceed, and you can come up with whatever you're all comfortable with.
Mhm.
And then a single procurement of maintenance services may not be broken down to amounts less than whatever that amount might be to avoid the requirements of the section. So what that would do, that would prohibit, and I'm not suggesting the manager would do this, but it would prohibit
Yep.
breaking down the repair into several different invoices to have it underneath threshold, whatever the threshold,
Mhm.
excuse me, that you all set. And we have language very similar to that in our purchasing code already.
Mm.
It says that you can't have contracts broken down to manipulate the code.
So when I read this, I understood it differently. So now I think I'm understanding it better. I think this might be worded a little bit better because it sounds like when I hear the word maintenance, it sounds like you need an oil change. And repair is the blade broke and we need to go in and get it fixed. I think in my mind, repairs and maintenance are different things, and it doesn't say repair in here. So if that's what you're asking for, I think that's different than what we're looking at, and I'm cool with that. Because it says any contract it's, explain what why the word contract is in there. I just don't want this to be somehow to be interpreted as I can go buy a new one.
Well, I don't think this in any way, even if we put procurement of maintenance or repair services, there's no way that you could take example 3 and go out and buy a new tractor. The reason why the word contract is in there is because technically when you go to Tire Kingdom, for lack of a better example, and they give you that piece of paper and you're buying 4 tires and here's what the cost of the installation is, they're giving you a warranty, you're signing a contract. People don't look at it that way, but that is a legally binding contract. So if you were to take the tractor to John Deere and they say, okay, here's the estimate, I need you to sign this with which has terms, it's technically an agreement or a contract under the law. So that's why that's in there. So, but to the manager's point and to your point, Commissioner Kennedy, to me, the way I would interpret this example is using your example. If a mower blade broke and had to be replaced, that's maintenance. If the tractor is a total loss and has to be replaced, that wouldn't fall under example 3. That would be a procurement. Look, what's the value of the tractor? If it's over the manager's thresholds, he's going to have to get, he's either going to have to put it out for an RFP or he's going to have to get 3 informal quotes depending on the thresholds. And that's what the purchasing code requires.
So Chris, if I heard you correctly, you said you're looking for $5,000, this here it says 10.
5 would be the minimum. I use 10 because that's the cap of my purchase authority.
Right.
So that we wouldn't need the full 10. It's however you want to do it. For simplicity's sake, it can stay at 10 so that I know that I have that built-in authority at the 10. If you prefer to have more control, 5 is a reasonable number.
I would like the word repair in here and the word existing, where it says, village equipment, existing village equipment. So just to be very clear that nothing that procurement this can't be used somehow to go buy a used piece of equipment or something. So those are my only requests. It's that repair, the word repair be in there, and existing village equipment. And I think $5,000 is enough money to, he just had a perfect example of something recently that he's looking to not have to come to us with, and it was $3,000.
Okay. Yeah,
That's just me.
I agree. 5,000, I'm comfortable with 5,000.
So you're not voting on anything. You're just giving me some direction as to what to draft. It's going to be an amendment to your purchasing code. So do we have a consensus on adding the word repair, adding the word existing to where it says village equipment, and it shall not exceed $5,000, and a single procurement of maintenance services may not be broken down to amounts less than $5,000 to avoid the requirements of this section.
That sounds good.
I'm good.
Okay,
That'll be a lot easier than the signage. I'll get that done.
glad to hear it. Okay, thanks, Brian. Okay, so let's go ahead and move on to our next discussion item. Okay, the village boards item. So Commissioner Kennedy, would you like to introduce it for us?
Sure. So this is something that I brought up way back in December. We had a conversation about it. I did not get super enthusiastic response. Actually, in all fairness, Jonathan, I did from you, if I recall. And I wanted to, and this was about how village boards function. My item's on there. I'm sure you all read it. I'm not going to read through the whole thing again. But we have these boards. In some cases, they actually save this village money because they perform functions that we would have to pay for, the 2 quasi judicial boards especially. And then we have other boards that do great things for the village and just, better our way of life. It's all completely free to us, except when we pay for things for them, obviously, but their work is completely free. And we have such a great, gene pool to pull from in this village. We have people with so many skills. We're very fortunate to have them do this work for us. That being said, I think the boards could function better and more easily with less frustration. And that was my point of bringing this up when I did back in December. And you'll see I didn't even clean up some of the language. So disregard the dates and other things that don't quite line up in there. But so it's not as a way to micromanage boards, God knows, but it's a way to help them get more done faster and with less frustration. When I brought this up before, like I said, it wasn't super enthusiastically received, and I let it go. And I thought I'll just let a little more time go here and see how things go. Well, things have gone from bad to worse. I don't know how dialed in you guys are into some of these boards and what's going on with them, but we have some problems with the boards, and they have some internal problems. They have some conflicts between boards. They have some frustrations dealing with the village. And I hate to see residents who are volunteering their time get frustrated and say, I'm not going to do this anymore. And that's what's happening. So we're losing really good people, and or they're quitting, or they're just not showing up anymore and just drifting off because they're frustrated. And to be clear, these boards serve at our pleasure. They don't report to the village. We create these boards, and we did a couple years ago, we added a board that did something really good for this village, sustainability and resilience. We populate the boards, and we ask them to report back. And I think it's our responsibility to help them. And the one specific thing that I think we could do that would help them is to have a commissioner liaison attached to each board. Not a voting board member, not there to run meetings, to be there, to be at meetings, and to act as a liaison between the board and the village, and to help them understand better what it is the commission wants. And then they have a voice on the commission, and we can make it part of what we report back. I'm going to make up a board. I'm not going to make up one because I don't want to make it look like I want a particular board assigned to me because I don't care which one I would get. But I would attend their meetings. I would make sure that I was clear on what the commission wanted from the board, if they were working on a project or whatever, and make sure I helped communicate that with them, report back any frustrations, anything they need, encourage them to get reports submitted, and just have the lines of communication open. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 boards. We have 3 boards that aren't functioning right now. And it's largely for the reasons I just laid out. And I think I've talked to the boards. I've gone to their meetings and said, would this help? I did before I brought it up in December, and they're like, yeah, that would be great. And it didn't happen. And they were a little frustrated. Some of them were a little frustrated that it didn't happen. And then I talked to them again, and they seem very enthusiastic about it. And they love when I show up for meetings. I don't know. Well, Ryan, you're new. I know you did show up for the Parks meeting last month. But they love when a commissioner shows up and they feel like they have kind of the inside track on something, and they have someone there listening and who cares. And I think if we just formalize that a little bit by attaching someone to each of the non-quasi judicial boards at least, that we could smooth things over and make everyone happier to be doing stuff for us, and just to make it all much more pleasant and productive. That's all I'm suggesting. I am not suggesting that we strong arm these boards, that we go in and run these boards. And I'm certainly no, we can't go there and vote, and Brad would make sure we're clear on, what we would be allowed to do and what we would not be allowed to do. I spoke with Pamela about this before a meeting. Pamela, I think if memory serves, it was that December meeting. You and I chatted about it. It may have been during the meeting. And at another municipality where you worked, and I don't want to say a name, but you expressed that they did have something like this, and that sometimes there were issues that people didn't know exactly what lane they were supposed to be in, and maybe that wasn't made clear to everybody, or maybe it was and they chose not to stay in their lane. Let's not go there. But I think we need to look for the best it could be and not look at the worst examples of it. And I want our boards to be populated and happy and productive and getting stuff done. And I want them to be really, really happy that they're doing stuff with the village.
Okay. Thanks, Commissioner Kennedy. Yeah, I remember when this came up the first time, and we were talking about trying to do something to help the boards along. And if I remember correctly, I think at the times we were like, well, we don't want to influence, we don't want to be like the looming big brother sort of thing. But look, if this is something that the boards want, if they're interested, if they want us, great, then we can act. And to your point about the discussion with the clerk, in discussions with other municipalities, I've heard they said, well, what board do you liaison to? So there are, of course, other municipalities that do this. So maybe what do we think?
You've had elected officials ask you that, like, what board do you work with,
Yeah.
Jonathan? Interesting.
Mhm.
I didn't know that.
So what do we think for a trial period? We want to do 2 or 3
That's
months.
that's kind of what I wrote in
three
here
meetings?
initially was
Yeah.
a certain finite period of time that we would go and meet with them and then come back here and report.
Right,
And
right.
here's
It's
what's
like a
going on with-
trial. Yeah, exactly.
It's kind of almost like a status. It's like, okay, for 3 months, I attended their meetings, I met with them, I talked to their members outside of meetings, didn't break sunshine, and here's kind of what's going on. This board needs members. This board could use it, more members than the 5 that we allot to them. Here's what they're kind of asking for.
I, one kind of, I guess, procedural question when it comes to the other boards is, are all the other boards fully set up for and take advantage of Zoom right now? Because if, right, so I didn't think so. So if one of us is unable to make it, it would be helpful to have that. Would we be able to implement Zoom capabilities for all the boards so we could dial in and be there remotely?
Short answer is yes.
Without
Good.
much, what's the longer answer? Without, is it a huge hassle?
We would need to look into licensing for each individuals. We wouldn't let them use the village's Zoom account. I have no idea what that would cost or what that would look like. They would have to use this computer or, no, they would have to use this computer and be trained on how to use the cameras and everything else. They would have to sit up here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the recording part of it, there's a lot that goes into it. So like I said, short answer, yes.
Well, maybe we just try it for this trial period without and see how that goes. Look, I travel a lot for work, so I'm one of the ones that might wish I could Zoom in sometimes, but I also control my own schedule. So knowing when their meetings are on the dates that they are, I would coordinate my travel around that. I'm here tonight because I flew home last night to be here.
Yep.
So I would make sure I was here.
Say, Brad?
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, of course.
If you're gonna, especially if you're gonna do a trial period, but even if you were to implement this, I would be very cautious of liaisoning with quasi judicial boards. I think that's a very bad idea.
I suggested that we don't do that
Not,
one.
yeah, and I'm not suggesting that other jurisdictions don't do it. They may very well do it. But you are the elected commissioners, and the last thing you want is several things. One is an allegation that somehow you influenced a board's decision on a quasi judicial matter. And also, when it comes to certain of these boards, matters that are before them, like variances, are actually going to come before you, where you're going to be acting as quasi judicial officers,
Mhm.
making determinations. And it's going to create potential conflicts if a matter comes before you all in a quasi judicial manner and you were making comments or somehow addressing that board and somehow affecting their decision. So
Before,
I would be very careful with that. And I would also remind you, because I know in a lot of our meetings, when you all address the foundation, and I'm not suggesting you mean it this way, but you use the term where you kind of mesh them in with boards
Boards,
within
they're not.
the village. They are not a board. They are a separate corporate entity. They have one member and only one member, which is you all collectively. And you appoint boards of director to operate and run the daily operations of that
We
corporation.
have a liaison to the foundation.
I don't know that I'm really in favor of that, because I think there's similar issues where the board of directors, you've all entrusted the board of directors to take votes and operate that entity on the village's behalf. And you've done that collectively as a governing body. And to have one member attending those meetings, and again, it comes back similar to an issue that I have that I've expressed without repeating myself as with the quasi judicial board. So that kind of gives me some angst.
so what if, Brad, what if we talked about doing this, but not in the context of appearing at each of these meetings, but rather just informally assigning a board? So by way of example, if we were to go forward with this tonight under the assumption or under the direction that we're not going to these meetings and acting as the official liaison and putting ourselves out to the public as the commission, this commissioner is here as the official liaison, right? To avoid that potential impropriety. What if we were to just say, okay, I'll act as the liaison to the foundation. I'll just reach out to the foundation like twice a month, have a call with the chair or whomever, get a report on how they're doing, what they
Doesn't
could
that sort
do?
of open the door for the same kind of problem?
Well, that's what I'm at. That's,
Well,
what I'm
not
curious.
necessarily. So, so if you all.
It doesn't have to be the
if you're all gonna
foundation.
Reach
I'm
out,
talking
just,
about any
if
of them.
you're all gonna reach out, and so instead of being at the meetings, somehow resolving disputes between board members, between members of one board and other boards, instead of getting into that interaction, if you're going to, for instance, if it's the Arts and Culture Board and the mayor is assigned the Arts and Culture Board, is going to call up the chair or have a conversation with the chair. Hey, how's everything going? Is there anything you need from us? I can bring it back to the commission. Any concerns, things of that nature. And reaching out to other members individually. Obviously, you can't reach out to them and discuss board matters in a group because it would be a sunshine violation. And then report back during, hey, I was talking to some of the members of the Resiliency Board separately, and they had these concerns, and maybe we can help address them as a collegial body. I don't have a problem with that. It's more being there at the time. And I understand as residents, you have a right to attend these board meetings and you have a right to speak and during public comment. But you also have to, as you all know, have to be very careful, making it very clear to the extent that you can, that you're not addressing those boards as a member of the elected commission. You're doing it as a resident.
Then how
Now,
do these
how
other
that affects
communities,
those members is still a,
Yeah.
you know.
how do these other communities have liaisons to boards then?
So in the context that I brought it up, I just had someone ask me, are you a liaison to another board? It wasn't, do you go to the meet? It was just that kind
I
of.
don't know how you liaise with the board if you don't go to their meetings. What, calling 5 members and having separate conversations and getting 5 versions of what's going on?
I'm not saying that other jurisdictions don't do it. I'm just not, what I'm
Pamela
saying
has
is
some
just
experience.
because other jurisdictions do it, doesn't make it right. And it gives me some.
With the quasi judicial boards, I completely get it. And with the foundation, because of the way they're set up legally, I was speaking more of the non-quasi boards. Pamela wants to say something?
Well, I mean, I've seen this go really well, and I've seen it go really bad. Really bad in the sense of, like you said, you have to know your lane. My experience has been when commissioners are assigned as liaisons, if they take on the role of there for informational purposes only, meaning all of you can't attend the meetings because of sunshine. So one commissioner attends just to get the information of what's going on with the board to report back to the commission as a whole. You don't speak at the meetings, you don't run the meetings. I mean, if you're asked a question, but
yeah.
you don't take on the role of being an active participant. You're only there to get the information of what's happening with the board so your commission as a whole can know what's happening and they don't attend. As far as like foundation type boards, I've sat on those boards for cities. There's never been a liaison from the commission on that board because they are a separate entity and they do things that you as a commissioner don't want to be involved in, raising money, accepting donations, those kinds of things. So as long as you guys set out the rules like the attorney said, I've seen liaisons sit on code and zoning boards, and I will tell you, it became a big political thing, the commissioner who gets to sit with the code board, the commissioner who gets to sit with the zoning board. So you do want to stay away, I would suggest that you stay away from those kinds of things.
I think to Jonathan's point about having a trial period, I think would be a nice compromise.
So in I guess in that context, before we go even any further, do we have a majority support for doing this either by being in person or more tacitly being assigned to a board and just kind of speaking with them, taking the temperature, see what they need? Maybe the way we do it is if everybody is interested in doing so, maybe we do it on the trial period for 2 to 3 months, whatever we decide, and we do so kind of in the format that you feel comfortable with. So in excluding quasi judicial, I think excluding foundation because of the roles that they play, but let's just use arts and culture, for example. If if I was to get arts and culture and I say I want to speak to each of the board members separately, and that doesn't necessarily mean I need to be at the meeting, then that's fine. That works because there's going to still be accountability at each regular commission meeting where it comes back and that board report comes up and you can say, Commissioner, whomever, what did you hear or what do you have any to report? So maybe what we do is again, if everyone feels that that we have majority support for it, is do this on a kind of a conditional trial basis, and we do it in a format in which, however you feel you need to get, you can get the information.
But it's only 3 boards because we're talking about excluding the 2 quasi judicial boards and the foundation that's not a board.
But I didn't know we were excluding them entirely. I thought it was just excluding the fact of being there. If I wanted to reach out to, say, the chair of the foundation to say, hey, how's everything going? Is there anything that you want to bring to the commissioners, anything we can help with? Would that be acceptable, even with a foundation board?
I think you can do that anyway.
We can do it anyway.
Having
Do it
to
now.
appoint anybody as
As
a
organization.
liaison to do that. So
Right, right.
To that extent, I think, yes.
What about the quasi judicial? Can someone even serve in that capacity? If I was to say, reach out to code, kind of informally like that?
If you were to reach
Yeah.
out to the chair and say, hey, I'm just trying to figure out if there's anything we can do to help, is there any issues you're having? Not asking about specific, and that,
No
I
cases.
think, yeah, and
Yeah.
I think that's to the point where, one of the things that the clerk has mentioned, if you're there and you have this title of liaison, or you're there, because now you're there as a commissioner, if you're there as a liaison, you're going to be asked questions. Some of those questions you may be able to answer. And this is really putting you in a place.
Mhm.
And some of them you can't answer and you
Right.
should be answering. And you're gonna have to make those decisions on the spot.
Yeah.
And
I've been look, I've attended all the board meetings, not every single board meeting, but I've attended meetings for every board. And sometimes they introduce me at the meeting. So I've been introduced at the planning board meeting where they say Commissioner Kennedy's here and everyone turns around. I just kind of wave. I'm kind of like, "Ugh," I'm just trying to sit here in the back row and observe. I was asked a question by Doreen at a code compliance meeting. She asked me to step up to the microphone and answer a question, and it was a very soft, easy thing, and I kind of didn't say very much. But whenever you walk in the room, you're a commissioner. I can't come in and say, I'm Mac, I'm just plain old Mac tonight. And it's like, no, I take that title with me wherever I go. Unfortunately, I have it at Aldi's, sometimes. So, now would this, because would there be noticing, issues if we knew, well, how does that work for notice? Because I go to meetings and I don't ever tell you I'm going to a meeting, and I've attended meetings with another commissioner. Yeah, and I always will avoid them. I'll say hello and sit on the other side of the room, and don't engage with them.
I think a better practice is one of you leave. But you can do what you're saying. It's just that, yeah, that becomes a problem.
You're saying if one commissioner walks into a meeting and another commissioner's there, you should leave?
But I'm saying that's probably the best practice. I'm
No,
not
I was never told that before. I was just told you can't discuss anything.
not saying you're required to do it.
Okay,
Under the
okay.
sunshine law, you can't discuss anything amongst yourselves that will become
Yeah.
before you.
I don't even talk to them.
But I've just seen the allegations fly in other jurisdictions. That's all I'm saying.
Got it. Okay, what do we want to do here? To your question, obviously I'm in favor. I brought it, and I'd be in favor of a short-term thing. Maybe we run it through look, we have an election in November, and we have as many as 3 new commissioners being sworn in December. So some of us may not even be here if we choose to run or not. So maybe we just kind of run it up to that period of time, and it could be a handover. Here's kind of like my report as my final hurrah before I leave the commission, or
Maybe August through October. So,
like November. Because
well,
November is the election, they get sworn in and they show up at their first meeting, and I guess you could just run it up through the November meeting.
Okay, up to.
August, September, October. Yeah, do it up to end of October.
To the point I was trying to make.
Let me say, I'm
Feel.
fully in support of this. I'll take a board tomorrow. One of my questions and concerns I have is, what if a commissioner says no? What if a commissioner says it's voluntary and I don't have the time, I don't want to do it? Does a board get excluded? Does a commissioner pull double duty and do 2?
Well, we only have 3. We only have 3
Oh, I
boards.
thought we were on the consensus that the quasi judicial you would do, you just don't do it in person, you would liaise
Oh, I see.
afterwards. And that's my other question is, how do we pick? We just draw straws? Do we go by seniority as a commissioner?
I don't know. I mean, I guess we could just all talk about what we want to do.
I was down for drawing straws.
I mean, I was willing to just say, look, I used to serve on the foundation, so I would act in that capacity of the foundation.
Well, the way I put it down here to come, when I was trying to come up with 5, 1 for each commissioner, I had the 2 quasi boards on together because there's like less you can really do and it's more observation and da, da, da. And I thought, well, we have an attorney on the commission and they're quasi, and Jonathan will probably color inside the lines better. And you were on the foundation. So that was going to be my suggestion.
Which one? The first or the second?
Both.
Both.
You take the 2 quasi ones because there's less. Look, they're not coming to us with stuff. They're just running cases, you know? So it's more of a I see those 2 boards as being more of a perfunctory liaison. It's like, what do you need? You need another member? Are you, having some issues? You're suggesting a code. You
Yeah,
know,
I'm
you guys are suggesting a code change.
Fine with that. I
About poor Veronica that's not here. Maybe she's
she's gonna get the,
What happens when you don't
Thrilled.
come to a meeting?
she's very thrilled to.
again, with the quasi judicial boards, again, under the understanding that the commissioner isn't going and being the official commissioner in the room at the time, like I can be more kind of tacit in emailing and kind of following up. If that's appropriate from what you're saying, then I'm comfortable with it.
It's permissible. Is what I'm gonna say.
Look, Brad's job is to keep us all safe and and keep us drama free. I completely trust you of all people to be the quasi. And look, it's only until the end. It's August, September, October, and then we report back and we see where it goes from there. We may say, you know what, we kind of fixed some things, we cleaned up some things, we tightened some things, and now we're going to go on our merry way without this, or we continue it for some boards and not others.
Yep.
And you're going to have as many. I mean, you're going to be here. You and Veronica will. But you may have you may have 3 new people setting up here. And then that will be discussion. They may say, yes, we definitely want to do this, or no, we don't.
I'm comfortable doing it and I'll very closely adhere to your counsel, Brad.
The planning board and code is Jonathan?
Yep.
Made the code manager happy.
You have something to say, Doreen?
She's just happy it wasn't me. Let's just be clear on that. She's not happy it is you. She's happy it's not me. What do you guys want?
My 2 picks would be Parks and Parkways or Sustainability.
I would take any of them. I haven't, the whole plant thing, I just love to death. And I recently recruited some people to be on that board so we could get it going again. And I have a good relationship with them. So I would like Parks. I love what Arts and Culture does as well, the whole party planning thing. I love that. But I'll take anything. I'm just happy to have one that I can help. Okay. You don't have to get new hand
Just
towels.
sound reasoning, all right? I love it.
So then Mac, if you want Parks, then I'll take Sustainability.
Okay, and then that would leave Veronica with the foundation. Yep.
Okay, so again, we're talking August
And if Vero
meeting.
comes to the next meeting and says, guys, I don't want to do this, and she doesn't have to, we're not obligating her to do it.
Right, right.
Any one of us right now could say,
Just
I'm not doing
Take
it.
it up, sure.
So if she doesn't want to.
So we're talking at least for the months right now of August, September, October?
Yep.
Okay.
August through October.
Okay.
Okay, so just to be clear, it's sustainability and resilience is Ryan, Parks is me, foundation is Vero, art is Art, and Palm Beach, I have PB in my notes. Planning board and code is Jonathan.
Sounds good.
Mind your P's
do.
and Q's, Jonathan. Watch it. Eyes are on you. Okay. Guys, thank you. I think this is needed right now. I think it's a good idea all the time. And to Pamela's very good, points that she made, she's seen it go wrong. Let's just make it go right. We have the choice to screw it up or do it right. So let's just choose to do it right.
Okay, so if there's nothing further on the village board's item, let's go ahead and move on to the landlord permits. Vice Mayor, I think this is your item, correct?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay.
So we've all heard the complaints from residents about the landlord inspections. It's been emails I've been getting. I know you guys been getting the same emails. So once I started getting these emails, I decided to start researching it, see what the Florida laws are, what other cities do, make sure we're tracking in the same way. In doing that, I started noticing other municipalities repealing their laws. Another municipality got sued for having their landlord permits because there was a change in the state statute in October. I brought that to Brad. Brad took a look at it and he said, yes, this law has changed and we're, by his reading, in violation of state law. So at that point, I realized we need to talk about this as a commission and make sure we amend our codes and laws so that way we are back in compliance with state law. So it's, Brad can fill us in more on what the state law says and what we can and cannot do. It kind of leads into like their short-term rentals. It regulates it all and preempts it all to the state. So there's some changes that need to be made there.
Well, it's not short-term rentals.
No, I know, but it's like that. I'm saying it's like short-term rentals that they're preempting.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yeah, please.
So there is a,
Wait, wait,
Oh.
let's, you good? Okay.
I think he was turning it over to me.
Go ahead. Sorry.
So there is a Florida statute, which is 83.425. It's one of the many areas in which the legislature in the last several years have preempted municipal regulation of certain subject areas. What it specifically does is it preempts the regulation of residential tenancies, the landlord-tenant relationship, and all of the matters that are covered in Chapter 83, which is the landlord-tenant chapter of Florida statutes, to the state for regulations. And it includes, I'm reading straight from the statute, including but not limited to the screening process used by a landlord in approving tenancies, security deposits, rental agreements, applications, and fees associated with such applications, terms and conditions of rental agreements, the rights and responsibilities of the landlord tenant, disclosures concerning the premises, the dwelling unit, the rental agreement, or the rights and responsibilities of the landlord and tenant, fees charged by a landlord, or notice requirements. So essentially, as I interpret this statute, as well as many of my colleagues throughout the state and in my office as well, we'll preface it with that, is that this is a preemption where municipalities are prohibited by the state of regulating residential tenancies in any way. As you all know, your present scheme, which is chapter 16.15 for landlord permits, is just that. It's a permitting process. By definition, a permitting process is issuing permission for a entity or conduct to occur. So essentially, with that in itself is a regulation. So there are several components of this, of 1615, that in my opinion violate the preemption. And it's in need of either full repeal, if that's what the commission so desires based on the preemption statute, or we can revise it, but it's going to be much watered down. And what I would anticipate revising it to, if that's what you all desire, and I've talked to the manager about this, and we believe we can find a public purpose for what I'm going to suggest, is that this changes from a landlord permit process to a landlord registration process. The purpose is that the village has an interest in knowing who the owners are, who are the responsible people for these establishments or these structures in the case of emergencies, in case for some reason, there's code violations, we need to contact the owners, whatever it might be, so that we can require the owner of these rental properties to register either themselves or somebody else as the responsible person
Like the registration process for short-term rentals.
with a contact information so that the village can reach out to them if need be. There can be a fee for the registration. It would have to be based on what the actual costs are for running the program. And that's something we could come up with and determine. However, a good amount of the requirements under this present scheme of your ordinance would have to be repealed. And one of them is the inspection process would have to be repealed. That is a regulation. We can, there's various, I don't know if you want me to go through all of them or
Can I, before you do that,
Want me to
can I ask a
propose something?
general question
Yeah.
about it? So I read all of this and I listened to what you just read and you read what is in the backup. And no, I'm not an attorney. Did I ever tell you that, Brad? I'm not an attorney. Shocked.
I know you play one on.
Exactly. But when I read it, that's not what I'm reading when I read those words. What I'm hearing when you read that to me and when I read it, to me, it says, we can't interfere in the relationship between the landlord and the tenant. We can't say, you can't rent to that person. We don't like that person. You're not charging them enough. You're charging them too much. You shouldn't require a deposit. You should allow them to have that dog that you don't want them. I don't read that I read what you read. I hear what you read as saying, stay out of that relationship. Whereas what I view our landlord registration, whatever we call it now, it's more about the property. It's making sure that the property is rentable. So we're sticking our nose, if we're sticking our nose in something, and this is sort of how my understanding, in making sure that property is rentable. In very much the same way we do when a property is going to be sold, there is some kind of a process maybe we'll let Doreen up here because I'm sure we're going to have, Doreen, your department's doing these inspections, right? Yeah. So the same way when a property is being sold, there is some kind of a process that the property has to undergo. What is that called?
The reoccupancy.
Reoccupancy. And you're going in there and making sure that it's,
The zoning is right and.
exactly. And it seems to me we're doing the same thing there because, I'm sorry, just to finish, that we have that opportunity because a property is being sold, and in a rental situation, we don't have that, but someone else is gonna be moving into it, and we're making sure that none of those things have been impacted in the period of time that that person lived in there before it's rented again.
So this is a matter of statutory interpretation. And I think when you interpret a statute, you have to interpret its plain meaning. I've looked at the legislative notes when this was enacted. It doesn't give much guidance as to what they were trying to accomplish. But when you look the way it's written, and you look at the punctuation, I disagree with your interpretation. And the reason why is the way, and I'm going to read the first sentence to you, but with the punctuation. It says the regulation of residential tendencies, comma, the landlord, I may not be able to read it to you, tenant relationship, comma, and all other matters covered under this part are preempted to the state. So it's specifically saying the regulation of residential tenancies, along with these other areas, is now preempted to the state. What is a regulation? A regulation, I happen to have a definition, is defined as relating to the control or direction of an activity by a set of rules, laws, etc. So you're essentially, in my opinion, what your ordinance does is regulates in many different fashions, not just the landlord-tenant relationship, but it regulates the existence and operation of residential tenancies. And the regulation of those residential tenancies is what the legislature, by its own words.
See, and I hear what you're saying. And what I have always thought, what we do, I've always thought it applies to the building, that it's not about the tenancy, that it's about the building and going through there and making sure the building is what it's supposed to be. And this is where you would catch, and this is the example I was told before, because when I first became a commissioner, I had this conversation with someone, I don't know who it was, someone at the village, maybe a manager, I'm not certain, that it was really about going in there and making sure it was the right number of bedrooms and bathrooms, and that, and yeah, exactly. And that's what so can you explain what you do at a reoccupancy? I'm gonna ask you a big question. Could you explain what it is you're doing there?
For the
And then what,
landlord permit.
for the reoccupancy when a property sells, and what you're doing for the landlord permits, and then tell us what are the kinds of things that you find that are objectionable to the village?
I have one more question, if you can answer this one as well, and that is, have you, as long as you've been here, have you seen this applied across the board, or is it mainly towards multifamily, like duplexes, triplexes, whatever? Or have you seen single homes?
We do apply this across the board, and I'm coming to your questions. We have about 5 residents that have not allowed us to do physical inspections. They do the application, they go through the process, but they have never allowed code to go inside the property and do inspections. The way the code is written as it is now, we shouldn't even issue that license or the permit
Mhm.
without that inspection. Now, what that inspection is about is to ensure that
That's the landlord or the reoccupancy, which one?
I'm on the landlord permit.
Landlord, okay.
And I will get back to
Okay.
that. So that inspection is to ensure that that property is habitable. There are a lot of slumlords. You all may be aware of this. There are people who will rent a property to someone without hot water, with lead paint, and we don't inspect for lead paint, but there are jurisdictions that will do an inspection that is more
Rooms without egress
extensive.
windows and safety things.
We are more minimum standards, which is safety. We make sure there are no safety hazards, monoxide,
Those wires.
exposed wires, and safety hazardous things. There's no sewer running in the house. It's clean, it's habitable.
But isn't that the
So-
responsibility of the owner, or doesn't the property, the liability piece is not ours to assume in any way? It's
Absolutely
really-
not.
It's really the owner's liability and responsibility and the renter, right?
It is the owner's responsibility and the rent, but we can say that about any property in the village of Biscayne Park. Why are we concerned about someone not keeping up their property? Why are we not, why are we concerned about short-term rentals and what can happen in a short-term rental? We are concerned about safety as code, safety, people's welfare, their health.
Does the county require this, or is this,
In-
because I don't think the county requires.
Yes, it does.
The
In-
county.
In fact, I'm not sure if this code was written based on the county requirements, but the way we enforce it is we go by what the county requires, by the county, the county rental code.
Requires what? When you say the county requires.
The county has a rental code, I think I printed it.
Because, and why Doreen's getting it, because here's the thing, and here's why, part of the reason why I believe this is regulatory, and I almost hate doing this in, in a public meeting, but the reason why an individual property owner who has a residential tenancy under your code has to allow an inspection is because what your code says, by the fact that the fact that we, the village, issue you a permit authorizing you to rent your property, you are consenting to the village coming on your property in order to do the inspection.
Right.
It doesn't require a permit to rent your property is my point.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
No, they don't.
Well, that's what I was saying with that.
So exactly. So if the county doesn't do it, right?
Mhm.
And the county does everything for money, right? When you get a business license in the city of Miami, you got to get a county license as well, whether it's Miami Beach, whatever city you're working at, you also got to get a county license. So if the county doesn't require you to do this, then why do we require this?
I'm not sure why the village requires it, but I'll
I
say.
mean, I understand why they require it, because you just said the reason
Safety.
why we require, yes.
It's
It's for
really more,
safety.
it's for the benefit of renters is how I
For
view
the
this. all.
benefit of
Correct,
renters, and
right.
that's why I mentioned
Safety.
the rental code. You should look into that, Brad. The county did have a rental code that they were very strict about. Tenants are not usually protected by any laws that federal laws and maybe this is why this Florida statute came about. And what most municipalities did was to ensure that tenants are protected by inspecting these properties to make sure they're habitable for them. I've worked in the city of Miami Beach, and I'll tell you that I've been to properties where you enter the unit and there are roaches. I mean, this is a property that someone is paying money for. There are roaches in the house, there are termites, there are every kind of thing. And these tenants were not protected by anyone but us, by code officers going in there, inspecting these properties and making sure they are habitable.
Did you ever see safety concerns?
Absolutely.
wires and-
Exposed wires, no fire extinguishers, no monoxide
detector.
detectors, no smoke
So you
detectors.
personally have been in properties to do inspections like this in other municipalities and saw,
Here in Biscayne
and
Park.
here in Biscayne Park?
yeah.
Oh, okay, that was gonna be my next
Absolutely.
question. So in Biscayne Park, you have personally entered rental properties
Mhm.
and had to cite them?
We've had to
Do
deny
you
the permit.
Cite them or deny the permit or
We
both?
deny the permit until they fix,
And then you go back in and inspect to make sure that they get it to minimum standards.
correct.
So did the city of, you worked in the city of Miami Beach, right?
Yes.
Did the city of Miami Beach also require a permit to rent private property?
So the city of Miami Beach is different. The way they do it is they have a housing authority. And their housing authority goes by federal standards, HUD, which are more stricter. This is like a 300-page thing that they have. Their standards are way more stricter than our minimum standards. We just do basic inspections, but they do much more.
But a private homeowner, if I'm a private homeowner in Miami Beach, which I lived for 25 years, and I wanted to rent my house, the city did not require me to get a permit or an inspection or anything else in order to rent my house.
What the city of Miami Beach does is if you want to do any kind of business in the city of Miami Beach, whether it's selling lunch at a construction site, rent your
Yeah, you need a
house,
business,
business tax receipt.
yeah, BTR, yeah. So, but again,
And I'm sorry, that included renting?
yeah, I don't think so.
Rental is a business?
I do not
Rental
believe that.
is considered a business.
It is not, it's not under the business tax receipt.
Renting a property,
A rental, renting a single family home or an apartment. I'm not talking about you renting out an apartment, like being a management company, but
multiple.
if you're renting, if
units.
you're renting out your home, you are not required in Miami-Dade County anywhere to get a business tax receipt.
So it's not required in Miami-Dade County, and some municipalities require it. We currently are. And you're saying the state has preempted this, and in your opinion, the way you read it, it's not exactly what I see, but I'm going with what you're saying, that they're saying anything that sort of steps into that tenant landlord relationship, we're taking that away.
Well, the landlord relationship, absolutely. They've said you cannot,
You cannot-
no
And we're
question.
not doing that. Just to be clear, we're not doing any
Well,
of that.
We
no,
do,
yeah.
actually.
What do we do?
Our ordinance does involve itself in the
So
landlord. I'm
I'm sorry, before you answer that,
We've
can
never
you just-
enforced that though.
okay, can you just say into the microphone the kind of safety issues and habitability issues you and your staff have witnessed in Biscayne Park? Let's limit it to our,
We've been to a home in Biscayne Park where we found a room that didn't have a window.
aha.
For instance, FBC does not allow a bedroom to not have a window. So monoxide detectors, we've been in several homes that don't have monoxide detectors, fire extinguishers.
And those are required.
Exposed wires. We've been in one home where we saw some termites. One home was reported with mold inside the house. We inspected, I mean, we don't really violate people for mold, but mold can be dangerous depending on what type of mold.
Okay, so you're seeing rooms with no means of egress. If there was a fire, someone would die in that room.
That was a major safety issue
Okay.
for me.
So in other words, this is what I wanted to hear. This is not a conceptual thing.
Mhm.
In reality, in practice, in Biscayne Park, these things are happening.
Absolutely.
And you guys are stopping it from happening through the process that we have in place, and you are protecting people's lives as a result.
Mhm.
I just want that on record. Okay.
The other thing to consider, just one more thing, is a lot of people that rent out their properties, especially single-family homes, divide their homes and change things around in the house, and there will be a lot of code violations. Now, where code violations are concerned, there will be major safety issues, there will be major health issues, and the reason most people don't want us to go in their house is to recognize or observe these violations.
And they didn't get a permit for them.
And if they don't get permits, I mean, they can be doing
So,
in
so
a.
the 5 individuals that haven't let you into their homes currently, right?
Mhm.
What's the status on, they're not renting their homes or empty?
Their homes are being rented and I've tagged them red. I was hoping to have a long discussion with Brad. I think I sent him an email the other day on how to go about, because they cite the federal laws and
Yeah.
say,
Yeah.
we have rights and people can walk into their house.
The owner is or the renter is?
The property owners.
So have any renters, the people who are living in the units, have they said you can't come in? Or is it the property owners who are
It's the
saying you can?
property
It's the
owners.
property owners. Well,
Mhm.
of course it is.
You have a fourth.
They're the ones that are gonna have
They're the one-
to
they're
be
the
caught
ones trying to
doing
hide
things
everything.
and
Right.
exposing danger.
Right.
So let me just put this quickly.
Okay.
What they're asserting is they have a Fourth Amendment right to be, have
Within
quiet
their-
enjoyment of their home. The government can't intrude in your home without process. Process is being a court order or some type of exigent circumstance. The exigent circumstance has to be known. We have to, in order for, let's use police for it, or just the government in general. In order for the government in general to intrude into the four corners of my home and invade my home, they either need a court order, which is some type of warrant or court order to allow them to come in, or they need to know that there is, in the code world, we'll say public safety, health, welfare situation where there's irreparable harm that's taking place. There's some basis, there's some evidence to suggest that. So other than that, the government cannot come into my door, inside my door, unless I tell them it's okay. What your ordinance does in its present form, it says, we've given you a permit, and because we gave you a permit, you need to open your door and let us in. And that's regulatory in nature. And if you don't let us in, you can't rent your property out. That is what, in my opinion, is preempted in a nutshell by state statute. But to your comment about the landlord, the ordinance does address issues that are relevant to landlord-tenant relationships. For instance, 1615.7 talks about tenant documents, says prior to executing a lease for the dwelling unit covered by the permit, an applicant will provide each tenant with a copy of Florida Statute Chapter 83, which is residential tenancies, and the preemption is part of that chapter. Chapter 1615 of the city code. You have obligations in here in 1615.8 where to pursue lawful remedies in which, as a condition of getting a permit, the owner or designated agent of the property, if there's repeat violations of certain ordinances by a tenant or a guest of a tenant, that they will pursue legal remedies with regard to termination of the rental agreement, failure to comply with provisions of the lease, and things of that nature. You're dictating in this ordinance that the landlord, this is how the landlord has to deal with their tenant if they're violating the lease.
What if we removed that?
Well, in my opinion, I
I
mean,
understand. but
that
what-
has to go. There's no doubt that has to
Okay,
go.
so there are some things in there that really just absolutely have to go because if I heard what you were saying, there's language in there that says, landlord, you have to provide this documentation to your tenants.
And this is how you have to treat your
And
tenant.
this is how you have to treat them. Okay, so that I understand oversteps. So how does the state in its preemption saying that, say that tenants and prospective tenants should be made safe?
There are statutes that deal with, well, first of all, your code itself, the Florida Building Code
Right.
itself deals with the safety of residences. So clearly and I understand the inspection, I understand the need, and I'm not negating the fact that
Oh, I know you're not arguing
highly
against it. You're
concerned.
just telling-
my concern is liability for the village.
No, I get it. I
And
get it.
so you have
So
you
we have
building
code-
codes, we have code, you have parts of your own village code that prevent people from living in places without electricity and running water, prevent people.
But we have
from-
to know about it.
Right,
Right.
just like any other code enforcement, you have to have information.
Right.
You have to investigate it,
It's-
you make a determination, you cite the,
Complains about it.
Yes.
Not when a tenant's afraid of not having a place to live, especially these days. And the tenant is, who knows their
Come on,
status
help
to be
me,
here
Howard,
altogether.
They
Uh,
discount and they
that's
live in
people of a certain-
conditions.
Let me just say,
ability.
let me just say two things. Number one, I can promise you there's tons of people in this village right now renting their homes without permits. Okay, but
Oh,
I I'm sure of that. And number two, look, if it's legal, what we're doing, then I don't see an issue with it, as long as it's legal. If it's not legal, then I have a problem with it. That's all. That's what it boils
that's
down to.
it. That's-
I mean,
that's the black and
that's
white
it.
of it.
So if it's legal, it is what it is. Great. We'll catch 10% of the renters, okay? But if it's not legal, then we just gotta,
It's the same with any other code violation.
that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what other municipalities are doing this, Brad? Or did you look into that, Ryan? Who still has these on the books?
I'm not aware of any municipality that's enforcing it. I know some of the municipalities repealed their ordinances. Some of them still have them on the books, but they're not enforcing it. For instance, I talked to a colleague in Coral Springs. It's still on their book. their books, excuse me, but they're not enforcing it at all. It's just there. They haven't taken it off.
So we do a reoccupancy certificate, is that what it's called?
Right.
For when a property sells. Could we do that? Could we require it? How we would enforce it, I don't know. But could we require it when a tenancy changes? That it would be a reoccupancy when a tenant leaves and before another one moves in?
I think
Call it
if I
that?
remember
But how would
correctly,
we know that?
deals
I don't
with-
know.
That would be
Well,
very
Yeah,
difficult.
how do you know when a property sell? Because they have to get something from you to close, don't they?
Well, it's
Yeah.
in the ordinance that they have to have a reoccupancy before they sell the property, so the
Yep.
seller has to come and get a reoccupancy. And I was gonna answer your question, what a reoccupancy inspection is, it's a zoning inspection where we go to clarify the zoning of the zoning district of the property. It's not to count the bedrooms. If the property is situated in a single-family
Yep.
district,
Yep.
it has to be that. It can be converted to
Understood.
duplex, and
We
that's
have an
what we
example of that here in the
for.
next block where there's a single family zone right
Correct.
here and it's a triplex now. Right? So that happens too.
And that's what the reoccupancy inspection is for, is to ensure that people are not changing the property from the zoning that,
Yep.
it should be.
Yep.
Have we had violations like that in the village of Biscayne Park? A lot of them, and that's an example right there.
Yep.
Yeah.
You guys know that, right? That happens in Biscayne Park. People are turning single family homes into duplexes and triplexes. And
That happens everywhere.
Yeah, I know, but
Right.
Legally.
we want to catch it.
And
I have a
without
couple
our
of-
inspections, we wouldn't be able to determine.
Yeah, exactly. You would know.
I have a quick question about reoccupancy, just for my own sake. If it's not done, right,
Mhm,
the sale of the house still is gonna get sold.
mhm.
So the issue really then becomes that once it's sold, then you can, what would you do that at that point? I mean, what recourse do you have? Is it
Not-
towards the old owner? Is it towards the new owner? Is it nada?
So once they sell the property, we can only issue violations to the current owner. So once a person sells the property and they modify the property, we really can't issue a violation to the new owner.
I'm talking about
and-
doing it without a reoccupancy, selling and actually
Oh, they
selling
act-
that.
they
That
do
it
it-
happens.
They do it all
Yeah,
the
yeah,
time.
yeah, okay.
They do it all the time. And the only way we come to know they sold the property is we are trying to.
For
do
sale
some
sign
rec-
comes down.
And I think there's language in our code, if I'm not mistaken, during this reoccupancy inspection, that it says the code officers may not cite other violations that they see.
That's another important thing. Yes, thank you for that. With these reoccupancy inspections, we are not allowed by law to, even if we saw a violation there, to issue a violation.
You would have to get an independent report about it or something to
Absolutely.
initiate
To
a
initiate
report
it.
on that thing. So
Correct.
if you walked in for a reoccupancy inspection and saw,
The house modified, we
Yeah,
can't issue a
can't
violation
do
based
anything.
on that inspection, correct?
even if you know it to be true, you're there to make sure it meets zoning requirements. and
I
that
mean,
sort
it's happened, that property that's about to be sold on Griffin Road. They changed the garage and they enclosed one of the rooms inside, and I didn't issue the reoccupancy. I told them to reconvert the building before I could do that. They did that just for the inspection. They changed everything back. And then they put it back because now the property is for sale, and the new
And you sold it
owner
again.
came and said, but why is the garage the way it is? I'm like, but I told the man to change. They do it all
It's
the
hard
time.
to tell. What,
Yeah,
Um,
it's difficult to control that.
Doreen, thank you. I want to kind of refocus for a second because I see this from what we've heard from Brad, that this is a purely legal issue, purely.
Mhm.
What Brad has told us, it's his opinion and that of his colleagues around the state is that we have certain regulations on our books that do not comply with the new Florida statute.
Yeah.
So there's really nothing we can do about that. Unless, Mac, what you're getting at, and you're laying this record for, you're talking about an appeal to the Florida Supreme Court challenging the law.
Yeah.
So what, if we were to keep any of these items that Brad is recommending that we remove and we just test the waters,
Mm.
we test litigation and we basically have to certify up to the Florida Supreme Court to say that they've preempted and that we've suffered damage because of it and try to, get the law stricken.
Mhm.
So I really only see it as, it's a 1 or 0. We go to Brad and we say, Brad, come back to us and come to us with an edit of the code that's affected by this Florida statute, strike what we need to strike, we'll consider it. And we'll go from there. But there are
Well,
things that we cannot enforce.
well, I guess the other option is you take the interpretation and that Commissioner Kennedy is taken with regards to the interpretation.
quote me.
Well, no,
I'm just reading words.
I get it. You take I'm just saying, we're talking options. So
Yeah.
the other option is you take which I don't necessarily
Really
agree with.
objectionable stuff out.
We take the interpretation that they're not regulating, they're not preempting all regulations, only landlord-tenant relationships and other matters addressed in chapter 83. You.
Falls into that
remove-
bucket of challenging the law.
Well, we don't necessarily have to
Well,
challenge.
no,
the
not
law.
we,
And
but
I
the
guess
effect,
that's my
that's what-
point.
Right.
We can remove the language dealing with landlord-tenant, leave the rest of the permitting process as is, including the inspections. You already have at least 5 property owners that are refusing inspections. You cite them for violations of the code, and they're going to end up taking it to circuit court.
Right.
And,
Right.
and
See how
when
it
we get a
goes.
decision from circuit court, either the circuit court judge will agree with us or not, and then it'll go on its way through the appellate process.
Right.
Possibly
I
up to the
think
Supreme
Brad,
Court.
I'm sorry.
Could it go
You're
to
I'm
the
not-
Supreme
right
Court of
by
Florida, the
suggesting that,
Supreme
that's
Court of the
an
United States?
You're right that
Oh,
not
then I
many.
do want you to quote me. I want to be on record on that one. I would not have- I'm gonna go
He's
there.
right that many cities and jurisdictions have let go of the landlord, and I agree with the commissioner and what he's trying to bring to the attention of the commission. This can be done differently. Maybe as a registration, tenants always report code violations if they're in the property. We do these inspections to protect them, but they will call if the water is not hot or the stove is not working. So either way.
Some do, not all. Not all.
Let me say this, I don't wish, I wish we weren't doing this. I wish this wasn't a law. I wish the law hasn't changed. I wish we wouldn't have to make the change. I understand your job is to protect life safety. You're here for life safety issues
Mhm.
with these inspections. But what our job here is to listen to our attorney and to protect the village. And
To comply.
said to wait to be sued is not something I won't want to do. I don't want to be the first case of the law, or a second case, because there already was one lawsuit.
Case of first impression.
I don't want to be the lawsuit that makes it on the Miami Herald because we didn't enforce a state law. So I see it as we have to listen to our attorney and we have to protect ourselves from litigation and make the appropriate changes that he recommends.
But I would be interested in that registration alternative.
We can do that. I think what I can do is and maybe we do it as, well, 2 things. Maybe we do that as a discussion item where I can put it before you on a draft and we can discuss it and try to work it. If there's things that you want to add, we can discuss whether or not they can be added. So we're not doing that in between first and second read. But what I would also suggest, and I can tell you that between the code manager, the manager and I, when we discussed these 5 tenants and what the next steps were, we made a decision to
Okay.
kind of place a very temporary, because we knew we were going to be discussing this today, but a very temporary moratorium, for lack of better terms, on enforcing
Right.
the required inspection under the ordinance, so that we had some guidance from the commission before we took next steps. So we would certainly ask, or I would ask that you all give a consensus to continue that moratorium at the very least, until we come up with another scheme.
Can I ask
I can-
another?
I've got I have a draft that's almost done of a registration ordinance that I can present to you very quickly. Whether you want it on first read or you want it on discussion, I can have it ready for you all to review.
Doreen, do you know how many permits we have currently in the village?
We have 100 and
While she's getting that, I have a question for Brad real quickly. Brad, go ahead and let her answer.
as of today, 114 paid permits,
114.
correct, and 24 unpaid. I just issued 20 violations, but I'm gonna have to keep
That's
saying
A lot of
it's on hold.
properties where we're trying to protect people, I'm just saying.
And those were for duplexes, I'm sorry, there are 41 single-family residences. Yes,
167, Linda's saying.
mostly duplexes, yes.
So Brad, for the inspections, and there are people who won't allow the inspection to take place. if the renter says you may come in and inspect, who gives authority? The owner, the renter, both?
The renter can give us
Either.
authority.
Either or.
Yeah.
So you can knock on the door and say, I want to come in and do the annual inspection?
I wouldn't say I want to come in. I would say, may I come in?
Right,
I would
okay,
ask.
okay.
And if they say no, I turn back and leave.
Yeah, a code inspector could knock on the door and say, you know, welcome to the neighborhood. We understand you're a new renter. We
Yeah.
would like with permission to come into your rental unit and just look
Do
at
some
it. and
safety
see
checks.
if- Do some safety checks. If they say, sure, come on in, you're great. That's an exception to the warrant requirement.
Right. They have to say yes. I mean, even in the way the ordinance is now, we just don't go into people's houses.
Right.
We have to get permission.
I know you don't have keys. You can.
Oh, no.
Okay, so I'm gonna be the odd man out here, but I'm in favor of removing the real obvious things that very definitely step into the examples that are listed in chapter whatever, and leaving the rest in place and moving on with enforcing it. I think it's an important thing, and it makes me shudder to think what they must see. Even here in Biscayne Park, we think we live in this oasis in the heart of Miami, I like to call it. Trust me, there are some shitholes in this town. Pardon my French, but there are. And these people are in charge of making sure that people don't die in those shitholes, you know? And God bless for that. Someone needs to stand up for people. And to Art, to your point about, you know, people will call, tenants will call if there's something wrong. Not all of them will. Some people aren't that strong-minded. Some people are afraid of authority. They're afraid of police. They're afraid of code officers. They're afraid of government altogether. There are people whose residency status may be in question, and they're afraid to make eye contact with someone. And those are the people I think that we're looking out for. So I'm looking out for the little guy, and a landlord who won't, it makes me think, okay, what are you up to in there? What's going on in there if you won't let me in? It makes me doubly suspect.
Like I said before, Mac, that's all fine and dandy, and I don't disagree with anything you said. The question is the legal portion.
it, I get it.
That's
That's what I'm
the
saying.
only thing that matters in this
get it.
argument is the legal portion. And I'm gonna go with whatever Brad comes back, because that's Brad's job. I'm not a lawyer, neither are you.
I know, and I
So
started
Brad-
off by saying I'm not.
Yeah, so but Brad is gonna have to come back with the legal portion. And listen, like I said earlier, if we can continue to do this, great, fantastic, awesome. But the reality is the law. That's it. So that's the argument.
But the other reality is that if we take out the stuff that really clearly should not be in there at all, like there's some stuff in there that very clearly like, oh God, you can't do that. Take that stuff out, leave the rest in and move forward. Right now she has people who are saying, come in and do the inspection, and we're going in and they're catching things and they're making things better. We could just continue on, and some people are going to say, no, you can't. And they red tag them or whatever she says, and life goes on. But they're going in where they can go in, and they're catching things, and those things are getting fixed.
Correct.
I don't see why we can't keep moving forward. Take out the objectionable stuff and move forward with it.
So
We
sorry,
have people that just flat out say no.
Well, to that point, you can't, there's no cause of action for having something in your code that you're not.
Yeah.
So, but you are requiring a permit. So again,
If we just call it a registration?
that will take an amendment, but still takes an amendment of the code.
Well, so does striking all that other language. Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
So I'll take direction from you.
So this is the question the reason Brad, I think, just said that is because when I talked to him about this, I basically said, are we allowed to have code that, is illegal? And he said, yes, you can. You can have stuff in your code that's not allowed. And I'm going to guess this is not the only example of things in our code that are not exactly allowed because we're not keeping up with things like what you brought to us, Ryan. So it's probably not the only example of that. So I'll just restate, I'm in favor of striking out some of that really specific stuff, leaving the rest in, let Doreen do her job, and hope that we're catching as many unsafe things as we possibly can.
And also remember, it will bleed into the short-term rentals. If we stop inspections for the long-term renters, the short-term renters will say, why are you inspecting our properties?
Well, but the
We're legally
statute only
entitled
addresses
to.
residential tenancies, which are
Long-term.
different than short-term rentals. So they're.
there's still legal
we never
entitlement to do
talked-
it for those.
They're a different animal that does not fall under chapter 80.
In the same chapter.
Look, I'm gonna go with the recommendation of Brad on this one. I don't know if that means leave it as is and just vote by majority that we place a moratorium on it. So they're not in contradiction with Florida state law, or if you would prefer that you come back and modify the code for our review. I don't think there's much of a difference between the two, unless the state code at some point is repealed or superseded.
And if it's appealed or superseded or somehow a
Then our code-
jurisdiction gets a court to say it's outside this, which I don't think it is, I think the legislature has a right to preempt this area.
What if we were just to put a moratorium on it, so if at some point in the near future there is a challenge?
You can certainly do that, but is the moratorium as to what? Collecting.
And it's basically the same thing.
So you know what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
so
it's
the
the same-
moratorium would be,
Yeah.
if you put a moratorium on the enforcement of the ordinance as it's written, then that means you're not collecting the permit fees, you're not doing the inspections, you're basically, you have a law in your books that you're doing nothing. with.
Well, in that case, what I think in that case, what my
Sorry, I didn't.
my preference would be to have you come back to us, propose what you think needs to be removed to comply with the state law, and then also come back to us with a supplemental, registration ordinance. That would be my preference.
What I would do is just amend this. to-
Okay, yeah,
But
okay.
do you want to do that on our first read, or do you want to do that for a discussion?
Any preference?
I think we just discussed it.
Okay,
First read?
first read?
Okay. And do you all, do we all have consensus from you all with regards to a moratorium until that's done?
The-
Sorry.
When did the
Consensus
Florida,
to what?
Moratorium on enforcing the ordinance right now until we pass a revised ordinance on second reading.
when did the state law go into effect?
October 2023.
Okay, so we're way overdue. And yeah, I would be in favor of that.
I'm in favor of the moratorium.
I'll say no to that. Now, when this is all said and done, Doreen and her group still have the opportunity to go knock on the door of a renter and say, we haven't been in this building for quite a while, and we'd like to come in and make sure that everything is safe in here. Okay. Attorney saying yes, so they can go knock on the door.
We
Co-
can knock
Code
on the
enforcement
door
can
and
knock
say-
on a door and ask for permission to come and enter the home. Absolutely. Any member of the government, police
Like the
officers.
police could knock on your door
whatever.
and say, we'd like to come in and look around if you don't mind, and I can say
If
no.
somebody says yes,
No.
then you walk in and you do whatever it is you you ask permission to do.
Yeah.
You can't exceed the scope of what you've asked to do,
Mhm.
but if the person says no, you can't come in, then you have to turn around and walk away.
I'm guessing
Yeah.
this would be like a voluntary inspection, and that would be triggered by the registration that we're talking about, the voluntary registration. Could she also, if they say no, could she supply a document, like a pamphlet with renters' rights?
And
Look
that-
out for
yes,
this.
yes,
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
There's nothing wrong with that.
That's even better
I think
Yeah,
that,
if
if
we
you
can-
supply a renter with.
If the
document-
with
So if the
information.
village, if the village supplies it,
Wrong, how to contact us, you know,
That's
yes,
excellent.
no repercussions for contacting us, you won't get in trouble.
so if the village
think
provides it
that's
as
the route
opposed to
we would go.
requiring the landlord to provide it, there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, yeah. I think that's the route we would go. We would do pamphlets to help the tenants come to us. Instead of us knocking on doors, they would come to us if there's an issue.
But you could, it could start with, to Ryan's point, it could start with a knock on the door saying, this
Here's
property
the-
was registered to be a rental, and we would like to come in and just make sure everything's safe in here. And by the way, here's how you contact us, the village, if you have any issues with this property. Here are your rights as a tenant in the state of Florida, blah, 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 blah.
Yep.
Just have something you hand to them. So we're being
Absolutely.
very proactive,
That's.
but
good.
still ask if you can come in and look around.
We would do that.
Okay.
So I have just sort of this makes me think of another question. So this is not the first example since I've been a commissioner of us playing catch up on something. I'm not sure how you caught this. I think I know, but I'm not certain. I'm not going to ask. But how should we be finding out that things are changing? So we should be, because you guys have brought things to us. I think you did, Brad, and I think Valerie, I remember Valerie bringing it up. The short-term rental thing came through Valerie. So how should we be finding out about things like this so we're not years late
And there's,
applying?
I think there was over 185 bills, governor, this year.
Okay.
We do our best to review them
Mm-hmm.
and try to look at our clients' codes to see if there's, that's contrary.
And some probably are like, would apply to like, oh, this applies to all of our clients. You know, some are kind of sweeping things that you know, this is going to be a thing.
It really depends on what they are.
Okay.
A lot of, we do our best, try to recognize these conflicts.
Okay.
In our clients' various.
Okay.
codes. Sometimes they,
Okay. So the answer is that it comes through our attorney, in other words. Okay. Should they also be coming from our lobbyists?
it should. I mean,
Okay.
your lobbyist is, at least most of the lobbyists that I've dealt with in the past will generally provide their clients with a list which contains all the past bills and a very brief summary of those bills. I think he had indicated he was gonna, I think last time the lobbyist was here, he had indicated he was gonna provide that. Don't know if that was ever said.
Time to bother David. Time to bother David. Okay, so let's go ahead and move on to our next item, which is the department SOPs. Commissioner Kennedy, this one is yours, I believe.
Sort of change screens here real quickly.
Sure.
I'm sorry, I closed that document by mistake a minute ago. Okay, so this is, well, first of all, let me just preface this by, I'm saying, I'm not going to give you us a list of things that I'm saying here are like 1,000 mistakes that I found. So I'm not saying that at all. And Pedro's here, and I'm sorry, Carlos. This involves you. Do you guys want to come up so we can ask you questions? Is that appropriate to ask him to come up, Jonathan?
Yeah,
This is
of
about the
course.
building part. Okay, so this is, let me just sort of frame it generally. When some building project is taking place here in Biscayne Park, like in other municipalities, whether it's new construction, a driveway, whatever it is, the applicant goes in front of our planning board. They fill out a bunch of forms, they submit plans, they go back and forth. Art, you sat on that board for a while. And ultimately, the board says, yes, you're following our code. We approve this project. You're approved to get permit. And if I get something wrong here, just step in and say, no, Mac, you're wrong. So far, I'm good. Okay. And then the planning board does not issue permits. The planning board says, you may issue them permits. And then they go through sometimes more of a process with your company, who we hire to do this for us, because then other things happen like engineering things and electrical things. And sometimes then it goes farther before permits are actually issued, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then ultimately permits are issued and the work starts and off they go, in goes the driveway, up goes the building gets torn down, up goes a new building. And everything is to follow the approved plans that came through the planning board and through your company that signed off on all the, what do you call those, the trades or something?
Well, yeah, building trade,
building
building and the specific, and the technical trades, the MEPs we call.
So here's what I wanted to understand. That's the process. And my question was, I've been wondering about this and watching some things happen in the village. And again, I'm not going to point to any specific examples and say that building's too high. That's not, but I'm looking at some things as I walk around this village and listening to what other people are saying. And I'm looking at some things and thinking, that really seems to exceed 50% lot coverage to me. I'm looking at that house go up and I'm like, wow, that really, to my eye, and then I have seen some very specific things, and I'm not going to name addresses or projects, but things that very clearly were not to code. And they're getting done and they're getting approved. And they go through the process of inspections and sometimes many inspections. And ultimately they get a CO and the project is done and fence comes down and go live in your house and God bless, right? I want to understand the process of how this is all being checked to make sure that what is taking place, what's being built, matches what the village approved in its plans and further meets our other code, because sometimes the things that sometimes there are things in our code that the planning board is not necessarily giving the thumbs up on, but are also in the code that also have to be followed. And I want to know that that's being inspected. And in some cases, I think they aren't. And then the code department starts getting involved because then a project is completed and it violates our code. And I'll use a driveway as an example, and I think this has actually happened where there's a permit, the driveway's approved, CO or whatever you get, a final. Project's done, permit comes down, the driveway's in violation because some things weren't done properly around it, like the gravel isn't where it's supposed to be and some things aren't finished up. And now the property owner is looking at a final permit saying, I'm done, but they're in violation, right? So now they're in violation because it wasn't cleaned up properly. The gravel's still laying around. It wasn't resodded up to the driveway. Our code is very specific. And I'm just using driveways as one example. And that's not something that's in the permits. That's in the approved plans, but it's in our code. So I asked for a meeting with Chris and Pedro. And Chris decided that Pedro should not be in that meeting, and I had the meeting with Chris alone, and I asked a lot of questions, and he said he would get back to me with answers, and I quite frankly was not satisfied with the answers I got. So I want to know that things are being done to plan and to code as well. I want to know that these projects that are going up in these villages, especially these huge properties, I'm not talking about is every light switch on straight. I'm talking about, is it as tall as it was allowed? Is it taller than it was allowed to be? Is it greater than the 50% footprint? I want to know how it's being inspected to make sure that what's going up is what we approve to go up on that property. Now, one thing did come up in my meeting with Chris, and I'm going to say this out loud. I'm getting this on record because I want to clear the air on something. When I met with Chris, this is one of the things that Chris brought up. I wouldn't describe him as being enthusiastic about having this meeting with me. And one of the things that he brought up was the fact that in conversations with Pedro, they were under the impression that we want to get rid of this vendor and bring all of the building back in-house. And that they got that impression, and he was speaking for both of them on conversations they had, that based on our conversation about the cap item that Chris brought to us, remember you weren't a commissioner then, but Chris brought cap to us and we kind of set that aside and it hasn't come back to us yet. That based on that their impression was that we want to get rid of cap and we want to bring building back in-house. I was surprised to have that said out loud because I don't recall, I never suggested that. And I was one of the ones that pushed back most on the cap item. I never suggested that. I didn't hear anyone else suggest that. And I just want that notion dispelled. Jonathan, did you ever intend for that conversation that night to give anyone the impression that you want to get rid of cap and bring the building department completely back in-house and manage it on our own?
No, to my recollection, I think we had talked about having one employee.
One employee. Art, did you think? And Ryan, I know you weren't a commissioner then and Vero's not here. Okay. So I just want to set that aside because that was kind of presented to me as, well, there's this is why, it was presented, this is why Pedro wasn't in the meeting, because we thought, well, I think you guys are taking steps to get rid of this vendor and bring it in-house. We all agree that that's not the case. Great. Chris, did you hear that? This commission has no desire to get rid of cap and to bring the building department back in-house. I just want to make sure that's very clear. Okay, so now back to the topic at hand. Pedro, can you?
So do you want me to answer that?
Sure.
Yes.
Good. I'm glad you're clear on that. Because it never was the case. So now back to this. Let's talk new construction. Can you explain to us how your team is inspecting to make sure that a building goes up per the approved plans? And I'm not talking about all the little detailed nuances. I'm talking about things like it's the height, it's the elevation, it's the footprint on the property, it's placement on the property, kind of the big things that would be a big objectionable thing to us if it went sideways.
Okay.
By the way, thank you for coming to talk to us about this.
No. First of all, when the final permit is approved, we verify the original approved by the Planning and Zoning Board If there's any significant differences, the permit is sent back to the planning and zoning board to approve again
that
before
again.
issuing the permit. The planning and zoning board approved a basic design.
Yep.
The idea of zoning reviews going first, if zoning says no, there's no reason to spend all the money in all the details for the structural, for electrical, for everything that goes in. So the owner must modify the project until he gets a basic project that is approvable. Once that's done, they prepare the full set of plans, and there's specialties in building different engineering sections. Each of them will review that for compliance with the building code, for all the applicable codes. We also have civil review that will mathematically calculate the permeable area. So it's not only what the applicant puts on the plans, but we have the civil engineer check all the civil for drainage and for permeable, and he has found many instances where the applicant presented wrongly calculated areas and had to go back to the planning board, modified the application.
You're catching mistakes even before the building process has started. You're
No,
catching,
during the building, before the building starts,
Before the
before
building
we
starts.
issue the permit, we
Before you
catch
issue the
those
permit.
things.
Okay.
So at the last minute, if there's any change, it goes back to the planning board,
back to
and the
you.
planning board gives the okay, then we can issue the permit. Mhm.
So the planning board's kind of conceptually approving everything, make sure it follows code. You're looking at the actual plans, make sure it really also follows code and what they said they wanted and what planning and zoning, planning board approved.
Correct, that's to
Could
code.
possibly go back and come back to you again, and then you
Correct.
approve it and say, start building.
Correct, we go with the building code, the planning and zoning board,
Got it.
they go by zoning code, which is different. Now, when the permit is issued, for additions and new homes, the inspector will require an in-progress survey as soon as when they have the forms for the slab or when they pour the slab. They have an in-progress survey required at that moment before any columns are approved. And that's for new homes and for additions. For new homes, on top of that, an in-progress elevation certificate is required so that the elevation of the finished floor matches what the plans have. And with that, we
Are your
will.
folks measuring it? Are they going out?
No,
and
we
measuring?
get a surveyor. We don't have the equipment. It has to be a surveyor with special equipment. So we require a surveyor to do it, and the survey is a legal document. So we require that, the elevation certificate in progress, so they can correct it if it's too low to comply with flood and with the building code,
That's the elevation
the
you're.
elevation of the slab. It's not too high, not too low. It has to be what the plans say. It's within a range that will not fall below flood. And there's a slight difference at the end because of the flooring they'll apply. And then at the end, we also require a final survey. Before the final inspection is approved, we require the developer to upload a complete final survey with everything in the property, the pool, the driveway. That's for a new house or for an addition. Now, for smaller permits, we are not requiring a survey because it could be too onerous. For you want to do a driveway, a survey is very considerable cost. For a fence also is considerable cost to ask for. It could be, if you want to be very precise on the location of things, a survey could be required, but we don't require that.
So then for a new construction, for example, what does this survey at the end show? That the building is the right size, the right location, the right height, all of that is included?
Yes, yeah, based on, because once you have the slab, you know the ceiling height for each floor, the design. So once you have the bottom of the slab, the top of our roof follows that. So, and that's what we have in the approved plan, so. Yeah, at the end, we have all that covered.
So when the building is done, are we assured that it's the right size? It's the footprint, the placement on the property, the height, all the dimensions are accurate?
Yes,
And that comes through the survey.
through the survey. and the elevation certificate.
Wish you had been in the meeting with me, because that would have answered a lot of this. Okay. Now, what about the additional things that are in our code that are not approved by the planning board and are not actually in the permit? There are things like driveways. If you read our driveway ordinance, it talks about the things that you're looking for, the placement, the location, the lot coverage and the materials and all of that. But there are other things in there about it has to all be, I don't have it pulled up in front of me, but you can't have the material, the gravel, like extra gravel around it. It has to be sodded up to it. The edges all have to be done. It has to be finished properly. Projects have to be finished properly and all cleaned up. How is that being
Yeah,
accounted for?
currently we do not have zoning inspections.
We do not have,
No, most jurisdictions have a zoning inspector dedicated especially for that. Building inspectors are not trained in zoning. They're architects or engineers, and they go by what's required for the building itself. Zoning regulations vary from municipality to municipality. That's why municipalities have their own specific zoning inspector. For now, we have the building inspector do as much as he can, but it's not a real zoning inspection.
so then what kind of additional things would fall into that heading?
The zoning things that you, like you matter, like landscaping, sodding, the shape of things, screening requirements, landscaping, basically.
So
Most
you're not, your company's not inspecting for any of that?
No, because we need somebody trained specifically for that, really. We're not doing it. We have building inspectors. We do not have a zoning inspector. We don't have.
You're not
zoning-
providing the zoning services, just the building.
the
inspector.
building services.
So how is this village capturing that and make, because here's the thing, guys, we have code that's very specific, and we sat up here and we wrote that code, for example, the driveway code, and we're very specific about what we want. It was all very abundantly clear. And now what we're hearing is that sort of the big picture stuff is being taken care of, but a lot of the details are not being caught by anyone. So why do we have all this stuff in the code if we're not really making sure it happens? So how is that happening here at the village?
As I say, we're not providing the zoning service, although Carlos is here, we could probably provide the service and provide a specific inspector just for that. That will know the zoning, be trained specifically in zoning to provide that inspection. And that inspection comes before the building final, because building final closes a permit, nothing else.
Then you're done.
Then everybody's done.
Right.
Anything done after that is done without a permit.
Right, and and what I was told before, and I don't want to put words in someone's mouth. I think I know who told me this, and it was an attorney. That if a CO were issued and there was something that was found to be in violation, our code department, even though a final was given, a final permit was signed, if there was a mistake, it could still be cited. Yeah, it's still a violation.
Yeah.
See, and this is where.
Most of the cases I would say over 90% of the time, maybe there's no less, over 95%. There's a 2% chance of a mistake. 2%, 5% could be mistakes. But the rest of them are all work started after.
Yeah, because I'm
The
seeing
inspector
things
went
like.
left and people start working
I
right
understand.
away. to
But I'll
close it.
give one example. Someone got a fence permit and they put a fence up and it was done legally, but they added another section of fence onto it to hide the trash cans behind. Now, that's not allowed in front yards altogether. And that fence isn't allowed, but there it is. And it was done with the fence. It wasn't like months later they came back and added it. When the fence was built, it was done. So it seems to me, I don't know this to be a fact, that the inspector didn't look at that and go, well, this section of the fence isn't on the plans.
But in general, the inspector does, and they do take pictures. I think I had an example of a driveway that came here. And I was on vacation. So as soon as I came back, I saw the pictures of that driveway. Sure enough, the inspector had taken pictures of the form going straight. And he went back for the final. Somebody had cut the form, put a board this way, and they built a pad for a little golf cart.
Exactly, that's another.
But it was not matching plan, so he failed the final.
Okay.
And the homeowner was complaining because how come the inspector approved one and then failed later? That's an example. And that's why they do take pictures, because this happens very frequently. it would change stuff after the
Okay.
inspector left.
So for the big things, the house being built properly, it not exceeding the size, the lot coverage, the height, all of that is captured at the end
Yeah.
on a final survey. That's where you catch it. Do you catch things?
No, we
Often?
do. Yes, we do.
You
We
do?
do.
And what do you do?
We have an example, a house right here on Seventh Avenue.
Yeah,
We thought it was too close to the street. They didn't have enough setback. I went to the property with a contractor doing the slab inspection, gave my opinion. He spoke with a surveyor. Surveyor said it's correct. According to the surveyor, they had made a mistake. And they had to demolish like about 8 feet and move everything back. Cost them a lot of money for pouring before having the survey. When we got the survey, they had to cut the slab and cut everything and modify everything, modify the foundation.
okay, so all these other things that you're not inspecting for, these other things in the codes, the driveway finishes and things like that. And I'm just using that one example because I see that one happen. You're not inspecting to that. You don't have someone who can do that. Is that not something that you could provide a checklist to the inspectors for, that they know in Biscayne Park, these are the other things that you have to check for before you close out that permit?
We could, but I would preferably give that checklist to a zoning inspector that will be versed and ready for that part.
And that person would
Would be a zoning
approve
person
before you give a final
before, yeah.
or a CO.
When I was an inspector goes this way. When I was an inspector, went to check several things in a job. You have to do it with your eyes and do quickly. So I would sweep inspecting one item first. And then in the same room, inspect the other item.
Like one category, like light.
One category, I'm looking for framing and fire stopping. And so I would look at the fire stopping, sweep around the whole area, find any problems, and then look at the framing, sweep around the whole area and find, because that way my eyes trained on looking for one particular thing, finding where's Waldo when you look at the picture.
Yeah.
Mhm. So the inspector does that, and inspector's going to look at his trade. He's not that well versed on something else, so in his mind, it'll be more difficult than having somebody who is versed on zoning, just do the zoning inspection. And that's why whatever.
You don't have anyone to do that.
No, we could have somebody, we don't have somebody now. I'm not sure if we have.
You don't have an employee who does that, or you don't have someone assigned to our
We
account,
don't have somebody assigned,
to our account.
right, because
So you employ people like
do
that.
not think we have the fee for that zoning inspection included in the permit fee.
Okay, so your company could do it, but you're not doing it for us.
We could do it, but I don't, I have to check, but I don't think we have the fee in the fee schedule for that.
So that's something that would be passed on to the property, whoever's building the building.
The builder had to, yeah, the cost of inspecting is the cost of the building department, so it would have to increase a little bit of a fee and pass it on to a zoning inspector. But that's mainly the reason why we don't have it, because we don't have a fee to pay the
Okay,
inspector.
so there's the solution then. So you're saying the big stuff is happening, but the smaller stuff, I understood you initially to say your company doesn't provide that service. Your company does, you're just not, it's not on our fee schedule and it's not
Correct.
something that we're
Correct.
requiring here. Okay.
Mhm.
And that would catch these problems.
That would.
That would
fix
make
it.
things be finished properly, nice and tight. Because here's, I see this from, I'm gonna turn to you guys. I see this from two directions. One, I want stuff done right in the village, right? Especially, we're talking these big projects, this new construction. So I want things done properly. But here's what I don't want to have happen. I don't want the property owner to first find out about it from her. When they come knocking on the door and say, And they're like, well, what do you mean? Here's my final. I got inspected. Yeah, but there's this and this and this and this. And they think the resident thinks they did it right and completely, and they got a final, and people aren't as well versed as, well, I'm not that well versed with these guys, but I'm thinking on the resident's behalf, I don't want this to become a code thing. I don't want it to be a negative interaction. I'd rather it be upfront, proactive, part of the process. So it's nice and tidy, and it's just part of what happens.
Right. This is not, this doesn't happen very often, I have to say. It's a few selected situations. Now, every time we've seen a violation or we've observed a violation, I always go back to him. I'll take as many pictures as I can and verify with him if things are in order. I see the violation, what do you think? I get his opinion before I even issue the violation. So I've really worked under his guidance on that. I don't just issue violations on a building site without first consulting
Understood,
with
understood.
Petra. Mhm.
But you understand my point is
I
that I
do,
don't
I
want it to
really do.
be a violation,
Mhm.
that the conversation's about a violation. I'd rather it be a conversation about compliance all the way through up front, and this has to be done before you can get your permit. Because at that point, it's like, they want that thing closed out and they'll say, what do I have to do?
Yeah.
Right?
But they do get stuff closed out with building and then they get creative and start doing stuff that's improper.
Well, that's a whole different thing. That's just a code
Right.
that's a violation of, it's a permitting violation. Okay, so I think that's one thing I want to ask that we have a conversation about when I'm done here. I have a couple more questions because I'd like that to be tied up more neatly, that this is being done proactively. And just to be clear, it's not costing the village any money. This would be on a fee schedule like everything else that's involved in the permits. It's just part of the price that is charged to the residents to make sure it's done right. And I'd rather it be that than a citation and a violation and all the negativity that comes with it. Hi, Carlos.
Yes, I will, Carlos Del Pino from CAP. I would like to add something else. Normally in other jurisdictions where we work, they do have the planning board that approve the concept of the project. And once the project is submitted for actual permitting, they do have zoning reviews. The zoning reviewer will make sure that not only the building code that is reviewed by the code inspectors and plans examiner is correct, but also that whatever was approved by the planning board is followed. Because once you have the planning board approval and you enter those documents into the permit review, those documents, it is my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, don't go back to the planning board unless the plans examiners detect that there is something odd with respect to the original approval.
Something doesn't match.
Exactly, that doesn't match. Normally, the normal process that you will find in other jurisdictions is that they do have zoning plans examiners. At the same time that they do have zoning inspectors. Here in Biscayne Park, for whatever reasons, we do have a planning board that reviews the submittals before they're entered into the permit process. And there's no more interaction with the zoning reviewers, and there is no more interaction with any zoning inspector. So the code inspectors are doing the most they can. They try.
That's after the fact.
Yeah, that's after the fact.
As opposed to as part of the process.
I mean, if a plans examiner determines that there's a mismatching situation with the drawings, but the drawings in the review process for code compliance, the drawings suffer many modifications. Why? Because there are comments that will arise from code compliance issues that will make the drawings to be modified. So it's always healthy and recommendable to have the drawings going back to the zoning reviewer before a permit is issued. So all disciplines.
Is that a
sign off.
service your company provides as well?
Or to a zoning reviewer, whomever, whatever the village finally decides to do.
Do you provide zoning reviewers?
Yeah, we do provide zoning review.
So do you see this as a missing step in our process
Yes.
here?
There is a missing
And
step
that
in the
would catch
process.
some of these things?
Yes, there's a missing step with zoning here, on the zoning reviews and on the zoning inspections.
You're saying at the beginning step, during the permitting, the initial permitting process, at the end, or both?
Yes, I mean, when you get the final, the approval for permit,
Right.
when a permit is issued, you're supposed to see the approval from,
It's missing there,
yeah,
right? But is it-
building, structural, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, zoning, and then the building official.
And you're
Your-
also saying?
In the case of the village, you have building, structural, mechanical, electrical, plumbing,
No zoning.
No zoning.
But
building
also,
official.
but no, but my question is a little broader. We know zoning is missing at that step. Is what you're saying is a zoning review is also missing at the final step as well? So they're missing in two spots, not just one? Okay,
Yeah.
and that's
So I
something that,
understood that was the same
it's,
thing.
it's a zoning reviewer
Right.
and zoning inspector. So when
Right.
you're doing the permitting review, I mean, the master
Design
permit set of
review, right?
documents review to issue a permit at that phase, you're missing the zoning review.
Okay.
I was under
And-
the impression that our planning review board acts in that capacity.
At the beginning of the project, when the project is a concept,
Okay.
not when the construction documents are issued for permit.
So then at that point is where it's missing.
Yes, yes.
Now, when CAP provides this service in both of those capacities, is it paid the same way? Or is it an additional fee at the initial step, and then the second step is a permit,
It's a zoning fee that is.
So both are that are passed on to
embedded
the
into
actual owner?
Permit fees, and then. you're
Nothing
told-
from your company is, we pay. It's all to the owner who's building.
Yeah.
So it's very important, though, that if we provide a zoning reviewer and inspector, he does not take over the board. It's just keeping
He's
keeping in
supporting-
line,
he's
keep
supporting.
supporting the board,
Supporting them.
not replacing them at all, because the board may
It's a
have.
checks and balances.
Right, I would
Yeah.
need to, I think I will have very good communication with the board, with the planning. and
Seems that
zoning
way when I
board.
attend your meeting.
But I would
means-
like to explain that to them very clearly, that we would not be taken over. They have the final decision. And the reviewer and inspector will just make sure what they decided is enforced.
So,
Just a quick question. If you guys knew that this piece was missing, right? Is there a reason why it hasn't, or has it been
It's
brought to
exactly
someone's
what-
attention?
Because what I'm saying now, because the planning and zoning board was, I had the feeling the planning and zoning board were afraid that we're trying to eliminate the board and replace them with a zoning inspector.
clearly you're
and
not.
reviewer, Which, it is not our intention at
The
all.
planning board would serve its current full function. Nothing would change there. It goes to you and it goes through the mechanicals and your zoning reviewer that's extra check mark and doesn't go back to the
That is-
planning board unless something is wonky and it has to go back for another approval.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Well,
I'm
that
gonna
makes
jump the
sense.
gun here. Can you provide us a quote on what that would
Yeah.
look like and what it would cost?
Okay,
One
that was excellent.
One question I had, Brad, was the state law that we're waiting for the governor to sign that would change the timelines for a building permit, was that vetoed or was that signed?
That was signed.
It was signed.
Doesn't take effect until, I believe, January 1. But that's going to create some issues with your board as far as the timing.
Would adding this extra reviewer delay us in getting a building permit?
Good question.
Affects the building department, but I need to jump to another subject.
That
With the
usually
help of
approval
Kate.
of plans.
Yes, but
Say that again, Brad?
The timeframes that they're talking about is the approval of the issuance of a permit. So what they've done is they've created an expedited, and I don't remember all the timeframes in my head, but there's an expedited permit process for residences now, for single-family residents, where there's the board, where the village has to approve the permit. In other words, there's review process where there's a certain amount of time, I think it's 5 days, if I remember correctly, where the permit has to be reviewed. Any inconsistencies or corrections that have to be made into the permit the applicant has to be notified. They have a certain amount of time to fix those issues, correct those issues. And then there's a time limit in which the permit has to be approved. So to the extent that the planning and review board would have to meet and hear any of these things, they're going to very likely have to meet more
More
often or comply with those timeframes. Because if you don't have consent of the applicant and you don't meet the timeframes for approval, the permit is deemed approved.
Okay, so
Correct.
then what you're
No.
describing wouldn't impact what you're describing, Brad. That's more like the planning board's current responsibilities have to be done. Because what you're
Well,
talking about are the
so,
things after.
The changes in the law will affect the way the building department. So once the planning board approves, then the application is taken in and the clock starts ticking. Now, it's very good that you asked that question, though, because the current system we have, OpenGov, does not have review cycles. All files are thrown like this, and reviewers have to catch up with things that have been uploaded to review them, but there's no organization at all.
Does
in the
GoGo?
review cycles. There's no, the program does not close a review like
If I could-
simulating when in the old times you came with a roll of plans, you give them to the building department and then the review started. With this system, you can keep on bringing plans at any time, so there's no cycle and the law defines the cycles precisely. We don't have them. So with OpenGov, it would be impossible to comply with the law next year. Hmm?
If I can jump in real quick, yeah, OpenGov is not the correct solution. If we choose to go with CAP for 100% of building, they would be using their internal systems that have these checks and balances and processes and workflows built in, so we no longer have to worry about that.
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah, I wanted to add, because in one, like 3 meetings ago, I assisted, and you were discussing about the possession of the files,
What?
the possession of plans. If you went with our system, that we would be handling the inspections and also we would have the files. All the files are public record. They belong to you all the time. So
Right.
we
Oh, I
cannot
see what you
keep
mean. We asked,
Hmm?
yes, we did ask about
they
that.
are public
Okay.
record. We cannot keep them. And it would be a disaster. We kept them for one municipality. We have, I don't know, Carlos knows much better. But we would lose a ton of clients, so they would know right away.
Okay, so back to Ryan's concern,
So
that
that-
was a very good question. Will this, if we had you do the additional zoning review,
Mhm.
is that going to impact this new?
No.
No, okay.
But when you do review cycles, good is, everybody goes in parallel. You open a cycle, all reviewers have the plans available at the same time, and we give them a time to.
Oh, they
finish.
can work on it simultaneously.
Simultaneous.
Oh, there's the word I needed.
So
to
they
hear.
don't
Okay,
carry the plans. They
gotcha.
all-
It's not one set of plans moving around your office.
No,
Everyone has their fingers in it. Okay,
The system that Pedro is describing is a system that is very well organized, that has review cycles. It's very difficult to follow up the submittals when you don't have review cycles.
Mhm.
In a review cycle, we include all reviewers at once. All trades, and then whomever other reviewers you want to include, we include them concurrently.
it's all simultaneous and they can all
Yes.
get, okay, got it. So, okay, very good. Okay, that was excellent. Thank you. So it sounds like we're missing a step here, and you're agreeing that in other municipalities you've worked in, that step made the difference and caught a lot of these things.
Absolutely. And the other thing to point out that we've had difficulty with is not having a zoning person on site or someone who's accessible, because Gage is not, I mean, Gage does a great job.
right.
However, we have to email him and wait for him to answer before we can give that answer to the person who's asking the question. It
Understood.
might be a simple question. Is the setback good? Can I do a carport? We can't answer those questions. We have to go through someone else. Now, if there's someone who can answer questions, I mean, they can make a phone call, email them directly with zoning questions from residents of this village, it would be so helpful.
Okay, well, that's separate than what we're talking about with these other things that it will capture.
Yes, but it's part of it because, because a lot of times they have questions that have to do with specifically with zoning, and we're not able to answer them. Now, the reviewer can answer those questions. The zoning reviewer can answer those questions directly.
Okay, so they could answer questions like what's the side setback for a garage, but they wouldn't approve anything.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, so
What I-
again, the planning board's function doesn't change at all.
No.
It's this extra layer that you guys have to tighten up all those loose ends and also to pick up all the extra things that are coming through
Process more
Village Hall and just make it happen faster for, really, it's for residents
Absolutely.
and their contractors. Okay. So I have a couple, do you guys have any questions about that? Because I have a couple of other things I want to ask them real quickly. Okay, so I asked Chris this question and he answered me, and I just want to hear you say the same thing. So, oh, we're moving away from OpenGov, so it doesn't matter. OpenGov, there was something wonky in there where people could replace plans, and that loophole got closed up even before we were switching to GoGov, right?
No, it's still, we have to manage.
I have to jump in there for just 1 second. We are not using GoGov for anything relating to building.
Oh, this is, GoGov's not going to impact this at all.
This
Okay.
GoGov is totally separate.
Okay.
We're talking about is a system called OpenGov, which is what we currently use.
Yes.
And that's the system that we've had issues with.
Yeah, we can use our system, CAP system, CAP can provide a plan review system that organizes the reviews in cycles and keeps things in order. And we use that for online, for tablet, for direct inspections online, and for plan review. Integrated, we have the same model integrated with BSNA right now in our portal, is working fine. Or we have it in North Bay Village with Energov, which is a very big program. But our plan review system is better for the public, for communication with the public. It
Mhm.
works better than the one in OpenGov or the one in Energov.
Okay, so there was an issue, I understood a couple of times, it may have been more than just a handful of times, where plans were approved and then the contractor uploaded a new set of plans that were different, that were markedly different. And now there was and they kind of got slid into the process and all of a sudden those things, as if they were approved and they never were. Has that been stopped so that's not happening anymore?
We're stopping, but it has to be done we still have
done
to do it
manually.
manually because we have to check the date of the last plan.
Were you guys aware of that? That was happening?
And
People were
next-
approving plans, it's all ready to go, and then the contractor would upload a different set of plans.
Right. Because the system is not closed, so we have to check the latest plans compared to the time where the reviewer approved.
I must have misunderstood.
And
Chris. I
reopen
thought you
the
said
review if
something
that
was done
happens.
to tighten. I
But
thought you
I
said
have-
something was done. to
We
tighten
do
it
it,
up,
we have to do it manually still.
But it's still manual.
Mhm.
So the answer to your question is yes, something was done. That extra manual step was added in.
Right.
That's a drag. Okay. But someone is ensuring that that's not happening.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna jump down here to another big topic that is something that I pushed for. So, okay, I want to talk about landscaping. What art? Come on, say your smart ass comment into the mic. This is an important topic. Look what we just unearthed. Look what we just unearthed. Okay, so Miami-Dade County has landscaping code, and we observe their landscaping code. We don't have our own landscaping code. And when we rewrote the construction code, our previous attorney who works with the same firm incorporated the language. Our landscaping code simply says, I'm paraphrasing, Brad, tell me if I get this wrong. We follow Miami-Dade County's landscaping code. So if they change their code, we go along with it. We're not inspecting to that. So properties are going up, people are coming in and they're raising a building. They're putting a brand new construction up and they're not following any of the Miami-Dade County landscaping code. They're not putting in the right numbers of trees, the right types of trees. They're just violating everything about the Miami. It's as if it doesn't even exist and we're doing nothing about it. When we did this, put it into the code, it was a previous commission under a previous manager. We were told that you guys were going to be taking on the responsibility for that, and we would get a report back about how that was going to take place. So where do we stand on that process? You're aware of this. You're aware that Miami-Dade County has landscaping code, and I'm going to guess you're aware that we're not following it at all, and hence we have, as a result, we have all these buildings going up. Guys, I don't know if you look at them, but it's not even close. And Miami-Dade County landscaping code, first of all, it's the code, so it's code we have to follow, right? But it's very well written and it's very clear and it's there for a very good reason. And we're just completely ignoring it like it doesn't even exist. So what are we going to do about that?
Yeah, that's something a zoning inspector could do, is because it's totally out of the scope of building code, which is what I do. Building code is safety and the measurements of the building, the requirements for something to be livable. But landscaping is outside of the building code, is not building at all, but it's zoning can enforce that.
So the zoning reviewer could also do that?
Yes, the zoning reviewer can do that, yeah.
Okay, so that would involve not just going there and counting trees and making sure the right things of the right caliper were installed, because the code's very clear. Would that person look at plans? Like, because it says landscaping, that if you read the Miami-Dade County code, I don't know if you guys have, it says that plans have to be presented, approved, the whole 9 yards. Would your reviewer do that? Would they approve plans?
A zoning reviewer not necessarily is a landscape. There are landscape architects and there are specialists in that, during the scope of a landscape review. And that is beyond the scope of the building code. The only thing that the building code covers as it relates to landscape is, I'm sorry. The only thing that the building code covers as it relates to landscape is irrigation and whatever electrical portion of the irrigation, the solenoid valve and all that stuff. But that's the only thing that the building code covers, but not landscaping.
So does CAP not handle that at all? You don't have any landscape review or, because maybe I
No, we're
misunderstood.
not
I thought
providing-
Pedro said that the zoning reviewer could do that.
We're providing landscape reviewers to specific jurisdictions, but obviously not here.
So the zoning reviewer,
No,
It
zoning
would not
review
be-
reviews zoning code, and the zoning reviewers can visit some aspects of the zoning code as it relates to landscape, but to go in depth about the type of trees that are allowed, and any other particular technical aspects involving landscaping, it's beyond the scope of a zoning reviewer. That's a
okay, so it's
landscape.
not, so it's a landscape reviewer.
Yes,
Do you have them on staff?
they're not abundant. I mean, we have on staff, but I have them committed. I mean, if there's an interest, I can go and.
Well, I mean, I have an interest in it. I mean, it's required. It's code. It's like saying, do we have an interest in having the electrical work inspected? Well, of course we do. You have to, it's in the code. You have to do it.
And I'm hearing the same answer to all these issues is there, sorry, CAP. CAP can provide to us, what the quote would look like. And sure, I mean, it doesn't hurt to say, talk to a landscaper and see what it would cost, and see how it would be paid for.
Staff, but they're kind of booked. You have some on staff, but they're committed.
They're fully committed, yeah,
Okay.
because they're very difficult to find.
Okay. Well, then we need to get this done.
I will comment on that when you're talking about zoning as, brick and mortar construction, if the driveway is not the right surface, it's not built the right way, that's something that once the contractor is gone, you can't really change without bringing in a new contractor. When it comes to landscaping and the trees aren't planted right, our code department can catch that and make contact with the resident and say, hey, there's a violation of Miami-Dade County Code. You didn't plant these trees. You have to plant the trees.
Well, but with this new construction, Ryan, there's a plan has to be presented and it's X number of trees.
I understand, but it's a little more definite when it comes to the concrete is cured, the contractor has been paid, he drove away, and he didn't plant, and you didn't plant an oak tree where you should have, and this, that, and the other thing.
Well,
It is not as, to me, it's not as definite as the,
no, I think it's very definite. You're supposed to have 8 trees and you only have 6.
Oh.
Your plan requires you to have trees of this caliper and you're expecting them to be a half an inch smaller. I mean, it's all very clear if you read the landscaping code. It's,
but when you finish a building, if the building wasn't built to the zoning, to our code, it would have to be demolished and rebuilt and fixed. If you didn't plant a tree, you dig a hole and plant a tree. And that,
but it's not happening. And I don't think Marilyn, where Doreen went, but is she back there? But code's not going around and they're not building inspectors. They're not landscape inspectors. They're there to catch violations, not something that was never done in the first place. It's like, she's not going out. Yeah, exactly. She's not out there catching, a driveway wasn't put in the property. Well, I guess that one you would catch, but, they're catching it after. She's after the fact. These guys are before the fact, make sure it all gets done right. And she comes in and cleans up after the fact. So this is very important in this village. We pride ourselves on our landscaping and our tree coverage and blah, blah. And what we have happening is people are buying homes, they're tearing them down, they're ripping down all the trees. Mature trees are,
So what's the
Fine.
answer? Let's get.
the answer is get
Get
a quote from them for a landscape review.
Oh, okay.
Zoning
So
and
you,
landscape.
okay, he just finished saying you do
He said,
provide it.
Look, they do
We do
provide.
provide that service. Right now, we don't have any professionals available to provide the service. I'm gonna be honest with you. We have to go out and identify resources and come back to you with that.
Okay,
Right
I
now,
think-
right now, we cannot, I cannot tell you that next week you're gonna have
Understood.
that person.
Well, we have to start the process somewhere, and you're our building inspectors, and you're the logical place for us to start before we go look for someone à la carte to do this for us.
Even if we received during the set of construction documents, a landscape set, the only thing that we review from that is the irrigation and the electrical
Understood,
portion,
understood. Okay,
not
yeah.
the landscape at all.
Okay.
That is beyond the scope of the Florida Building Code.
There's people that's what,
Yes, exactly.
And all of these costs are passed on to the property anyway, right?
It's part of the permit fee. If you're gonna include landscape in your verification and inspection, that it becomes a permit fee.
It's critical that that's a piece of it, because right now we're not.
Right.
So Carlos, would you be able to come back to us or provide to the manager a quote from CAP, what it would cost to have the zoning person committed to those two steps that we just discussed? Not just cost, not cost of village, but what it costs for you all, what other fees you need in our fee schedule to cover that. And in addition, you say you don't have it, and that's fine. If you don't, but let's not put the cart before the horse. If you don't have landscaping, you don't have it, that's fine. But if you could talk internally with CAP, come back to our manager, come back to the commission, and just let us know what that looks like, then I think we can consider it more seriously. But without knowing what that looks like, what the cost
Yep.
is to the homeowner, there's no way for us to make a decision.
We'll do the analysis and.
Well, look, whatever the cost is to the homeowner, it is the cost to the, it's mainly this, by the way, it doesn't apply to current structures. We're not, it's not like we're going around the village and saying you don't have the right number of trees. It's for construction. So it's all this new construction. That's what it's not about Doreen going around and counting trees in people's yards and saying, go get a permit to go put all the stuff in. It's new construction is what it is. That's where we're starting to catch these things and property. And look, it's not just property by property here in Biscayne Park. It's properties. And it's heart wrenching to see all of a sudden, boom, a whole lot is cleared out. 119th Street. Have you seen that McMansion that's up? A whole tree covered lot is just gone. I don't even know where, and that's a perfect example of, I'm not sure where they could even put the required landscaping now that that building has been approved the way it's been approved. And that's the other reason why I think Miami-Dade County has this landscaping code is you've got to have room to put this stuff in. So maybe that gigantic cinder block thing couldn't be sitting there because you don't have room for trees and the bushes and all the things that you're required to have. And if that's part of the process from the very beginning, it's also going to impact how these buildings are designed. That's the intent of it, is to keep the city green and not to have it just covered in concrete. And that's what's happening in Biscayne Park now. Lot by lot by lot, we're getting covered in concrete and the green's not coming in behind it. And the code's there for a reason. Okay, so we're gonna, you guys will work with Chris on those very two specific things. One is a zone reviewer to help tie up a lot of these loose ends that we were discussing. You're saying that the surveys are capturing the big things that I was questioning. And then the additional thing is a landscape review process and inspectors. And to Art's point, it all gets passed on to the developers building these things. Okay. Do you guys have any other questions? Okay, I thank you for giving me this time to do this. This was very important and I wanted to make sure these things are being done. With the amount of new construction going on in this village, all these little things are adding up and making a big difference really fast in how this village looks. And I think we need to get on this and be an example, not just kind of pretend like, well, we don't really have a process in place. That's not a good excuse. Thank you guys very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Cap. Okay, so if that's it for the building SOPs. So the next two, I know we've talked about this at previous meetings. Commissioner Kennedy, this was an item that you and Commissioner Amsler kind of tied together.
And she's not here, and I'd really almost rather wait until she's here because I think she has some related stuff.
I was just gonna suggest the same thing. I
Yeah,
think we can move it over.
I don't want to do it without her. I feel
Yeah.
like it wouldn't be fair to her.
Yeah, I agree with you. If you guys are comfortable with that, then we
Also
can
my way of getting a
move-
bathroom break.
move the police department discussions to the next meeting. So that would take us on to discussion on disaster preparedness. Vice Mayor, I think this is your item, and I'll just say very quickly, I think the next item is kind of a natural progression to your item because it's at least a partial solution that we've discussed. So Vice Mayor, if you want to introduce your item for us, please.
Yeah, so first off, I want to start by saying that I was here in the village when the big rain, it was June 13th, I think it was, happened. I want to say that our staff worked admirably. Public Works, police, the village manager were out there, they were working hard. But I think we all saw things that we could do better. During this review, I talked to the village manager and the days after, we found out that we didn't really even have a disaster preparedness plan. We thought we had one on the books. Maybe it left when our former police chief left with him. There was no book to go to an SOP for this kind of scenario. So that's someplace I think we should start I think we should start conversation with the commission here as well as the village manager to start building that process. In doing that, what things, it's a great time to review what we saw that could be done better, what could be done differently, what can we plan for the future. Give a quick example is I don't think we should be giving out sandbags the day after it rains. I think that's a mistake. I think the sandbags should have been available prior to. I understand that we can't predict every weather event, but some can be predicted. And I think that having things like that on site can help. Another big one for me was communication. I'm sure you guys all had a lot of phone calls coming in that day, in the days preceding that. The village needs to have a united voice when it comes to what the emergency is. Here's our resources. Here's how to get a hold of these resources. Having it piecemealed in each commissioner saying a different thing and publicizing a different story just creates mass confusion, mass panic. And I really want to open up to the commission is what else you guys saw. Suggestions came in from me from residents where could we have preset our cones and our barricades? You know, this wasn't a wind event. This was just a rain event. Could we have pre-cut? We know the roads that flood. We know the areas that flood. Could we have closed them down earlier to prevent the wakes that are being created by passing cars from damaging homes further? Just a few suggestions I have. I think that, you know, we all can come together collectively, think of other things that the manager, I'm sure, has suggestions that we can help prepare ourselves in the future for future rains, flooding, hurricanes, and things like that. And finding that we're in hurricane season is a really bad time to plan for this, so we should really get moving on faster. I'll pass it over to, since we're going to go together, I'll pass it over to the village manager and what he wants to add to this as well.
Before I continue, Chief, are you still on the line?
Yes, sir. I'm still here.
All right, thank you so much for hanging out with us for the past 3.5 hours. I apologize that the police item was pulled. Are you able to hang out for a little bit longer while we get through the disaster preparedness part?
Yes, sir. No problem.
All right, thank you, sir. Some of the challenges that we've identified or that we identified through the past storm, the biggest challenge was communication. In the event of a major incident, the on-scene incident commanders cannot be the main point of contact for all the questions coming in. That's the role of a public information officer or dispatch triage, somebody that can handle those communications. The other challenge that we faced was not knowing what resources are available to us from the county. What was presented to us as being available turned out was not actually available. And I'm not knocking the county. We're focusing on our little 1 square mile. They're focusing in on how many dozens or hundreds of square miles that they have. So what's important to us and what's worse for us may not be the worst for elsewhere in the county. That was the second thing that we identified. The third thing that we identified was the lack of an emergency operations center. Biscayne Park and I think 6 other municipalities, we don't have our own emergency operations center. We have to go through North Miami. North Miami, unfortunately, had some turnover, and their current emergency operations manager was about as inexperienced as he could be for this particular situation. And again, that's not a knock on him. It's just a new position. You are absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. We need to look at a more proactive approach, being able to get those things like barricades out. That's one of the things that I'm thankful for, the vulnerability assessment, which shows us interactively, topographically, where we can expect that so we can start staging some of those things. The previous emergency plan was essentially non-existent. To address this, we are taking immediate steps. The chief is currently, or actually, I think you are currently working on the NICS, National Instant Command System trainings coming in, so that we can get ourselves on the same page. My hope is, in my experience with doing stuff like NICS in the past, that helps guide us and inform us as we create our own emergency plan. I was able to pull up the old emergency plan eventually from, Brad, do you recall, was it like 1980? I think you sent me the link. It was an ancient, yeah, it was an ancient plan. We do have it linked now on our website, but we need more actionable. A true emergency plan is not specifying this is an emergency, here's how we declare it. A true emergency plan is, like you said, Commissioner Hunt or Vice Mayor Huntington, this is how we prepare for it. These are the resources we put in place. This is the communication we put in place, and this is how we handle it. So one of the first things that I did based on our conversation was set up a new communications system. So we now have a single email and voicemail that will be checked by whoever we identify. That could be myself, it could be the chief, it could be the director of code, it could be director of public works, whoever. That person is going to be responsible for manning or staffing, I should say, that email address and those phone lines. That person is also going to be responsible for managing the app as we get reports of flooding in on the app. That's going to free up the chief and myself to be able to do what incident command needs to do, which is direct resources to where they're needed the most. Cutting out the communication piece was absolutely horrible. We were constantly having our attention pulled from what we needed to be doing to a lot of the concerns that residents and commissioners had because we didn't have a command or a communication system to do anything different. Every minute that we spend answering, this is not a knock, but every minute that we spend answering the same question over and over and over is a minute that we don't spend doing what we need to be doing. So by having those communications centralized, we're able to have that one person answer those questions over and over because they're valid questions. But then, like I said, that frees up incident command to do some of the other things. Another thing that we're looking at doing, which is actually, I think is the next item on the agenda, is partnering with some of our local municipalities. We don't have the equipment necessary to handle a major wind or rain event. We have to rely on the county. And like I mentioned, we're just a small part of the county and there may be areas worse off than we are. So by partnering with some of the local municipalities, we may be able to get some additional equipment in. But I think if I had to sum this all up, and then Chief, I'll kick it over to you. I think the challenge that we had during this event, and the challenge that we're going to have during future events is understanding what resources are available and handling those communications that came in. So that's my quick-ish assessment. Chief, do you have anything that you would like to add to?
The only additional things I was, sorry, commissioners and Mr. Mayor, being on Zoom, I'm here dealing with the police accreditation stuff in Claremont, Florida today. But for this situation, we've requested a lot of stuff from the county resources going through North Miami's EOC. And part of the issue was the level of the EOC that they had activated was it was a kind of a standby for a good portion of it. So they weren't really taking requests, and then they finally started taking requests. They denied everything immediately. It wasn't until like a day or so later they went back, reopened what we asked for, and then closed it out that we had canceled it. The only thing we were able to get were the pumps about a day into it. We are now set up with the Web EOC and running a little more smooth on that approach for the next time. Is just kind of what the manager was saying. Resource wise, we're not the top priority because of all the areas that they have to get to. Even the county water and sewage didn't respond at all for the septic issues because we don't have any of their water or sewage. So they said that was a personal matter. So it's kind of working out what resources are available, what will they send us in the future, and what kind of supplies that we're going to have to try to get out of mutual aid, more of a police or fire response. Even Miami-Dade Fire Rescue did not respond, or when they did, it was delayed. We had to go do all the checks for some medical calls prior to them even getting out of the truck. So there was a little bit of a learning curve based off of their priority levels and based off of our priority levels in the village.
Vice Mayor, and probably correct me if I say anything incorrectly here. It's been quite a few years since I've gone through any of this. But the key to managing a disaster properly is, number one, understand what resources you have. Number two, understand what resources are available. Number three, understand where those resources need to be located either before, during, or after a major event. Number 4 is that communication piece, being able to have residents, commissioners, other elected officials, other government officials have a single point of contact. That single point of contact doesn't necessarily need to have all the answers or information. That single point of contact can get those inquiries or requests out to the appropriate people that are working that particular scene. And then, of course, the 5th point is having somebody to manage all of that. And that's now that we've seen what is lacking and where we're lacking. Like I said, we're already taking those immediate steps. We were working on the National Incident Command System, the NICS training. We've already established what we're calling the Biscayne Park Emergency Operations Center. It's not officially an operations center, but that's going to have the phone line, the email, the app. And then we are going to have our own incident command, which is going to be a combination of police, administration, and public works. I'll shut up. It's all you.
So I have a couple things with communication. Have you guys thought about setting a standard for, this is the message that comes out every 6 hours, 12 hours, 24 hours, whatever it is. It's disseminated out to the commissioners. So that way, when we get our influx of questions and emails, we have a standard message that's 2 hours old. This is what the village is doing with X, Y, and Z. Have you thought about that, standardizing that message at a certain time frame?
Yep, absolutely. In my past experience and what we're going to be pulling in here, and I'm sure the chief has done similar with his emergency response to the hurricanes. When an event or when a disaster strikes, the first thing that we do is put out a communication saying we are aware of the situation. Nothing is affected at this point. This is what we're watching. Next communication is going to be in 30 minutes. As the situation progresses, we can back that off a little bit to say, you know what, we're still not seeing anything. We're not expecting anything for the next hour. That's going to be your next communication. Or if things start moving rapidly, we bump that back up. We're experiencing flooding here. These are the resources coming in. Next update's going to be in 15 minutes. Those updates, depending on how we work the emergency plan, can either go out to just the internal departments and elected officials, or we can make those public. We can put those out on the website. We can put those out on the app. My recommendation and my gut reaction is put them out public because then it helps cut down on the communications you all are receiving as well. It's not just incident command that gets overwhelmed during these situations. It's the elected officials and it's the other departments.
Have you identified a process to put, when we escalate this scenario into hours out, it's post-hurricane, physical locations where residents can be pre-instructed to go, rec center, city hall, things like that, to get information as far as resources and things like that coming in?
We haven't done that work yet. We haven't identified that yet or put that plan out yet, but that is something that we are actively trying to figure out. This is going to be a lot easier once we know more about the generator situation at Village Hall and Parks and Rec. The challenge we're facing right now is telling residents to come to Parks and Rec. However, if it's 3 o'clock in the morning and power is out, what are we going to do? We're going to be very limited in our response and in the supplies that we provide. So we're trying to work through what that would look like. We may end up needing to have ideally a backup location. The plan is everybody show up Parks and Rec if you need something or if you have questions. This is where the information is going to be posted. If Parks and Rec is wiped out, the next step is Publix in North Miami or whatever that works out to be.
Before I stop talking, my last communication thing is, does the village have any way of like a contact form or anything like that can be filled out by the elderly, physically disabled, things like that, so that are our most threatened residents for the village to check on post-incident, or even because trust me, as I've gone into these disaster zones, for family members who can't get in contact with their family to fill out a form online that we can be checking and say, hey, go check on so-and-so address for my grandma, my grandfather, things like that.
And I'll kick that question over to the chief. I know at one point we did have some sort of procedure or list for at-risk residents. Are you aware of that?
We did at one point. I'm not sure what happened to it in the transition, but we can get that back out there maybe through the app, launching a new part to register. This last incident, we went ahead and we sent the police door to door to every resident that was affected with the flooding area, and they did an entire door to door check and canvass just because that list wasn't able to be located. So that's, we went that route to just double check on everything, which we did get one medical call. We had to transport ourselves.
Thank you, Chief. I will say that that list is critically important when you have worst case scenario type hurricane response. As a responder to those kind of scenarios, we ask for that list as soon as we hit the ground. Because that list, we start going down and checking off, who do we contact, who hasn't been contacted, who are we missing? Thank you.
Can I chime in there real quickly? Chief, I have a copy of the list. Would you like me to email that to you?
Yes, sir, please.
It is a couple of years old, but it's the last list that I was provided when I asked for it a couple of years ago.
Yes, sir. We can
I'll
reach
send it-
out to, sorry.
I'll send it
We
to you.
we can reach out to each one and get updated information on it and then try to coordinate through getting a new application part for the app also, so we can get any new residents that want to be added.
Okay, so Ryan asked a couple of my questions, so I only have a couple of really quick things. The physical location, absolutely. During Irma, that was a really critical thing, that piece that we were missing and people didn't know where to go physically. And I will just say that regarding a centralized communication, the email, the cell phone number, pushing things through the app, that's absolutely, it's just kind of common sense, yes. But also, we need to realize that people will still reach out to us. They will still reach out to staff members whose cell phones they have. So to Ryan's point about having information pushed to us on a very regular basis, knowing that we will be the main point of contact for some people, as much as I say, monitor this, call here, watch for this, go on the app. Then when electric's down, then people start showing up at your house. I had that happen during Irma as well. People coming over and Mac, what do I do? So, and we were literally thumbtacking signs to trees. So, all that centralized stuff, absolutely great, but we need to be prepared when all of that is down. Now, I have a specific question, Chris, you and I emailed about this. I didn't talk to you about it, but we emailed or texted, I'm not sure. About the flooding specifically. It's not just during the storm, but after the storm as well. We purchased, well, first of all, there are two things, vac trucks and pumps. Now, Art, you were a commissioner with me then when this happened before. We approved a contract with, I thought it was more than one vac truck company that they were on call. Do you remember that? Well, Chris, we don't have one, Chris confirmed. We don't have a contract. But we did at one point. So, and do you recall it being more than one company? I remember being a list.
We had a company and then we had a backup
Yeah.
in case they were busy or they didn't have enough.
So I looked online through old agendas, looking for a copy of these contracts, but we did have that. And I do recall that Linda's nodding her head that during some storm events, like they were here like that and really helping, especially in areas like 121st. I mean, they didn't get all the water out by any means, but they were able to help quickly. So Chris, I hope that's something you could look into if you think that's advisable, but I know we had that before and it helped. And they got water out of the village. And it was especially after the storms were over and there were people that couldn't get out of their house and all of that. The other thing was, Art, help me here. We purchased a pump or more than one pump. Right. Was it just one? And an extra long hose. I remember the hose was really crazy long. And yeah, and we approved that. I don't know, do we still have that pump? I thought we did. And then Chris.
Yeah, up on 121st, I think.
We had I think it was a county pump come in for 121st, but we used the pump up there once the water level went down low enough in the surrounding areas where it could actually hold more water there.
Where's our pump? Yeah,
Our pump is at Public Works. It works. Yep. The challenge with pumps is we have to wait until the water level goes down to a point where it can accept additional water. So when 121 is under water, and all the surrounding areas are already saturated, there's no place for us to pump. So we have to wait till
They pumped it up to 120th and 10th is where I remember the pump going all the way up there and filling that median full of water. And I remember it helping then.
Initially though, see here's the problem. The big problem here is that in this village, right, we have a lot of turnover and we have people come and we have people go and that's why I wish Veronica was here because she's the SOP specialist, right? And I hate to, I hate to say it, but the reality is that every time there's turnover and every time people come and people go, things drop, right?
Yep.
So, for instance, when you and I were back and forth about the stupid pump, right? And you said, we're not allowed to pump water, right? And it took Senator Pizzi to say, yeah, you
You
can,
can.
in order for us to actually say, okay, now we can pump the water, right? So that, I'm not blaming you, you didn't know.
Absolutely.
Right, so, but that's just one of the pieces of the puzzle. One of the things that we need to talk long-term is having procedures and SOPs in place for different types of emergencies, not just hurricanes, because, well, that's one, but you also have the flooding.
Just rain events.
There's a lot of places that were probably flooding in that particular emergency. You had no idea that even flooded as bad as they flooded, right? And the guy from Public Works wasn't here. Juan wasn't here either. So we're all learning on the fly. So in this particular instance, in the last one that Ryan brought up, it felt to me, looking from the outside, and again, everybody busted their butts getting everything done, but it seemed to me we were trying to play catch up. We weren't ready for the event, and I'm not blaming anybody. It's just a fact of the matter that we don't have procedures.
There wasn't a plan to roll out, which is
Right.
what Chris is putting together for us now.
Something that I think obviously that you and the chief need to really focus on and getting these things so that, because you ain't gonna be here forever. He said, chief ain't gonna be here forever, and and Juan's leaving and so is leaving. We need to have these things in place in order to be successful.
Absolutely, but to the pumps specifically, they worked when we had them before. We used them a bunch of times. They absolutely worked. We pumped water onto the rec center field. I remember
Right here.
flooding the field.
Right in front of the,
We cleared this intersection out. The rec center was used to pump water to the median at 120th and 10th. I remember getting a ridiculously long hose specifically because we knew that 121st would be an area that would be the first pump.
talked about, I don't know if we did.
No, we did.
We
I
did
remember
that.
I went there and watched the water being pumped it went on for days.
But to Chris's point, there's some areas, there's nowhere to pump.
I understand that, but there are plenty of areas where you
Yes.
can pump.
But you do have to wait till the water, because I mean, you can't just add water to a completely flooded area because you're just gonna.
No, but but if you pump it to the rec center field, it's far enough away from other flooded areas that it can hold some of that water. Look, when you can see that amount of water
Yeah.
sitting on the ground, you know that that's that much less water in the flooded areas.
The other challenge we have with pumping is environmental. Anytime the word septic creeps into the conversation, that water cannot be moved. The only option for that, well, there's two options. The first option for that water is to let it drain down naturally, and then we can treat the area with lime. Or we have to, and this is what you and I tried to do at the county, I believe it was you and I, maybe it was me and the chief, try to get a pump back truck in to suck that up, and then it has to go through wastewater treatment.
I think Florida Derm said no. That was the problem, was when we
Yep.
were calling them, trying to get it to come out, and said the word septic came into the conversation, like, we won't touch it.
Yep.
And I think that's what Senator Pizzo, he said he called them and he said they made an exception because he put a phone call in.
Well, then.
And then to that exception,
Is the cell number.
reach back out to the county saying, no, we have this is the information for you. And the county said, yeah, no, we're not going to do it.
Well, that was,
tried.
not to kind of co-op where we're at right now, but to talk about resources, that was,
Right.
was a huge problem that we had. And again, we're not putting any blame on the county because the county had a lot to do, but I must have went back and forth with the county and our county commissioner's office, I mean, a dozen times. And it was go to North Miami, no, go to this person, no, you got to go back to North Miami. Well, North Miami's not open up. We can't talk to them. So by the time the requests finally got in, it was the end of the day, and then they denied everything. And that's where the genesis of this co-op agreement, the idea came from. And it's a conversation I've had with El Portal already, and that they're interested in doing. Say, if we can't go out, I think one of the things that this made very clear is that we really got to do what we can to watch out for ourselves. Whatever we can do for the village on our own, we should do. We shouldn't just say, well, the county's going to help us, because what if it happens that this is again where they've got so much, they're just inundated and we're at the bottom of the list. So the idea behind it was, we may not have the resources all our own, but the tri-village area could band together and could unlock a larger resource pool such that we could get access to more resources where we could share them. We may still be sharing them, but we're not sharing them with 37, 39 counties, whatever. It's between the three of us. That's kind of one of the ideas of how can we work around the lack of resources. I'm hopeful that we can make that happen. I already know that El Portal's interested. So that would be a huge push.
I think we just have to see how that all shakes out and
Yeah,
how much, I mean, how,
Details, right? Yeah.
yeah,
yeah.
a lot of details, like how much money it's gonna cost and
Right.
how we're going to sort of portion out the response and how,
And
yeah,
who gets what and
who gets
when.
what,
Yeah, of
when, and
course.
all of that. And in the meantime, we also have to take care of ourselves.
Of course.
I
Yeah.
mean, we have to take care of us while we're taking care of the 3 villages as well. And I think there's a lot more we can do. Look, one of the benefits here is that we're such a small area. It's easy for us to get everywhere easily in this village, even in the worst situations and roads closed. It's a lot easier to get around this village than it is to get to another place or for someone to get to us. So we need to do as much as we possibly can on our own. And that's why I'm thinking this pumps to get water to identify places that can hold water and get water there out of people's way.
And to resurrect that, whatever agreement that was previously.
these vac
made with
trucks
the
that we don't-
vacuum
yeah,
trucks.
'cause
If we
it-
can
yeah.
find that, and if we can find it, if there's still, we can't find, do we know who the contractor was at
Looked.
least?
We've looked and looked and looked and can't find.
Is it-
I think it was called,
I'll call Mario and ask.
yeah, ask him, or I can call.
Even
Shante,
if we could
she'll
just get the
remember.
contractor, we could reach out to the contractor and say, we partnered with you in the past. We want to renew that. We want access
Yeah,
to these
exactly.
resources. We need them.
Pamela, can you call Shante and ask her if she knows where that would have been stored? No? Okay. Yeah. Oh, good for her.
Since we're talking trucks, we're talking the tri-village area purchasing back
That,
trucks.
that's the one at the top of the list.
Are these the same vac trucks that would be used to clean drains? Because we have budget money. They're not, they're different vac trucks. I was wondering, if we could save a little bit of money on cleaning our own drains. That's something the truck could do during the year when we don't have storms.
Yeah, the trucks that clean clean the drains, they're a combination of high pressure, and vac. So they have onboard water, which is what they use to break up the sediment and then suck.
Oh.
But one of the options that we were looking at is, tanker trailers. You know, we have the existing pump, can we use that to dump into trailers?
I was even thinking about, what about water bladders? We have a lot of landscape or real estate where we can house water bladders. They go up to 5,000, 10,000 gallons. And when you empty them, they just fold up into a big tarp. Could we get multiple water bladders and fill them? And then once the ground's ready to accept, we start dumping.
Absolutely.
It opens up, you put it into a container. I don't know if there becomes a legal issue there or not.
Depends on what kind of water you're sucking up to. Okay,
So I know
so,
that's an ecological issue we talked about. If we were to just do tanks, just like tanker trucks, we have village vehicles where we could just hitch up a tank, right? Like take a tank out, you got the pump it into the tank and just move it. But of course, you know,
Disposing of it is-
There's a
disposing,
lot, yeah.
that's the next question is how and where and
so
how
what's the
much.
next step here in all of this? Chris, you're gonna put something together for us to,
We're currently in the process of putting together the emergency plan. This isn't something we're gonna have done in a few weeks or probably by the end of this hurricane season. Because we have to go back to those initial steps, identify what we have, identify what we need, identify where to put things, set up the communications is already in place. So that will be up and live as soon as we need it. The one thing, even though this plan is long-term, the one thing that I would ask is, while we're having the discussions on the budget, and the capital improvement plan, the one thing we clearly definitely need is either a flat bottom john boat with a motor or a flat bottom john boat with a motor. Yeah, it's just a flat bottom rowboat. It can go in very shallow water, so we can get to some of these residences. Maybe that's a Wisconsin thing. No? Okay.
Yeah.
where,
Or a, let's see.
Yeah, and I'm from Miami. I don't know.
But yeah, either that or, the vice mayor was telling us about lifted trucks, lifted pickups that we can use to get into some of these residences. So the short answer is we're working on the plan. I can't tell you when it's going to be done. We are at the very early stages and there's a lot to take into account. But we are also taking immediate measures to try to prevent or try to alleviate some of the issues that we've experienced in the short term.
I just appreciate you putting something together. because I thought we had one, quite frankly, and to find out that we don't, or that it's that old and that disjointed and wasn't accessible is disappointing. So thanks for putting it together. But also short-term stuff like vac trucks and pumps and all this stuff, just because, look, another rain event's coming. If we don't get hit by a hurricane, we're still going to get another one of those rain events before we're done this year. Back to your central email phone, Chris, this would not be an existing email address. This would be like, quote, an emergency email address?
Correct. The way this works is we essentially establish the Biscayne Park Emergency Operations Center.
Mhm.
The Operations Center has its own phone line, which is, depending on the situation, essentially just a voicemail that translates, or that transcribes rather, to email, and then shoots that out to the people that need to see that. And then it also includes an Emergency Operations Center email address, eoc@biscayneparkfl.gov. That email box and those phone lines are only manned during emergencies.
Activated.
Correct. A notification we put on the website saying the EOC is activated, direct all your communications, questions, and whatnot here. And then at the updates that we provide will be posted on the EOC's website. And then at the end of the event, that would be terminated. Well, shortly after the event, we would still have at the end of the event information about disaster response, cleanup, what have you.
Just during the biggest events. Of course, there's no electricity, cell service. During Irma, how long were we all down? I can't remember.
Say
I was down for
it was
weeks.
2 weeks at
Yeah.
least, yeah.
Yeah,
Wasn't home. How long was it?
yeah, it was weeks. I didn't have water for like 10 days on my side of the village.
Chris, I touched on it earlier. Where are we with sandbags? How are we changing our plans? I know we had a vendor. We're not going with that vendor anymore. I know when this event was going on, I ran into one at the rec center and I asked him, how many yards of sand does the volleyball court hold? He told me 20. That makes 2,000 sandbags.
That's what we used to do before. That's what I assumed we'd be doing every time. And then we used that as an opportunity to replenish it afterwards, and it's already there. It seems like we have an in-house sandbag station built and ready to go.
The vendor that we were looking at using and we're hopeful about using, Emergency Sandbag Response, came back with a pretty significant minimum requirement for every event. So that's out. One of the things that we're now looking for, and El Portal as well, I was chatting with my counterpart over there, we're looking at alternatives to see what else we can use. The short answer, the quick answer is we can bring in sand in bulk and bring in bags just like we have in the past. We have to plan ahead. Generally speaking, for a short burst rain event like we had on June 12th, we may or may not be able to get something in because that wasn't really forecasted to be what it ended up being. But for the major events, the hurricanes, the major tropical storms that we know are coming, we can do that. For example, I've been watching, I forget what the name of it is right now, Trucking Through the Caribbean. There's a 40% chance of that turning into something.
50.
It's up to 50? Okay. Yeah. That may be something that we're able to get the sandbag supplies in ahead of time.
I know another one is we ran out of barricades. We designated roads were closed, but there was nothing closing the roads. Can we come into mutual aid agreements with our neighbors that if we run out of barricades and we could we could borrow some of theirs or lend ours out if they need?
Lend us.
Yeah, because I know there comes a storage issue. Eventually, we don't have enough storage. Can we work that tri-village area agreement to purchase a bunch and share?
Yeah, absolutely. We don't have, and perhaps the attorney can opine, we don't have official mutual aid agreements or MOUs for things like road barriers. With that said, all of the local managers are in constant communication during disasters, and we can reach out to El Portal, Miami Shores, North Miami, whatever, and request those additional supplies.
You can only imagine that whatever event is taking place that necessitates us to have them, they're going to need them too. But can we also block, Chris, can we block roads with police vehicles and sort of can we block roads with police vehicles and the extra ones that you have? Is that an option as well?
Caution tape works really well.
Chief, I'll throw that one to you. Can we park scarecrows to close roads?
We can do that. That wouldn't be a problem. Usually in the past, we use a lot of extra barriers from North Miami. This time they had such a flood issue that they were declined to give us any of their resources, but we can definitely try to use in some of the bigger areas, the patrol vehicles to block those areas.
The other thing that's happened in the past that is really unfortunate is when we have blocked roads with barricades, people go around them into people's yards and just destroy yards by driving through their yards. And we tried to put barricades across yards at 9th Court and 13th. That was a really bad one. That property got, two properties on the corner got destroyed with people going around the barricades and just, create a big mud gutters. It was awful. So, yeah, we've got to come up with a way to close things faster and more effectively. And, and who are these people that speed through puddles and push water into people's homes?
In the couple of minutes
Right.
we have left, are there any additional questions that I or the chief can answer on the emergency preparedness for you?
No, I just say thank you, Chris, and we look forward to seeing the document when you guys get done.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners.
Okay, so, just the two police items that we'll move over and, the BP Foundation. So, at this time, motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
Second.
Aye. Thanks, everybody. Have a good evening.
I was just going to thank Ryan for pushing us